Welcome back to our channel. In this video, we are going to explore the alternate universe of Harry Potter with a crossover with Wednesday Addams, where Harry, Hermione, and Ron were neglected and raised by Wednesday Addams. Not just raised, more power, new life, and meanwhile Hogwarts is in danger. What will they do? Let's find out. And before going into the video, please make sure to leave a like, share, and subscribe. I have divided this video in 8 chapters. Let's jump right into the video.
Chapter 1. The wanted Hermione by the third summer Harry Potter spent at the Addams estate. He had learned 3 things that no textbook at Hogwarts had ever thought important enough to include. The first was that silence could be louder than shouting. The second was that a locked gate meant danger only when Wednesday Addams had decided it did. The third was that love, in that house, rarely arrived wearing a pleasant face. It arrived as sharpened lessons. As a hand on your shoulder, just before you walked into a room full of people who wanted something from you. As a voice in the dark saying, again, until your wand arm shook and your pride bled out onto the floor in invisible, private ways no healer could diagnose. And when it arrived for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, it usually wore black. The Addams estate stood at the far edge of a countryside village that had long ago developed the good sense not to ask questions. The iron gates were tall enough to discourage hope. The house itself looked less like it had been built than like it had chosen, at some point, to emerge from the earth and remain there out of spite. Ivy gripped the stone with skeletal patience. Gargoyles watched from the roofline with the kind of expressions that suggested they knew exactly how every visitor would one day die. Harry had found it unsettling the first week. By year 3, it felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. That was perhaps the most troubling part. The summer before their 3rd year at Hogwarts had settled over the estate in a way summer seldom settled anywhere else. The mornings were cool. The afternoons held too much shade. The nights stretched long and thin, filled with the sound of ravens, wind through dead branches, and the occasional distant scream that no one in the house considered worth interrupting dessert for. Ron Weasley had been at the mansion for nearly 3 weeks and still looked mildly betrayed by the wallpaper. "I'm telling you," he said one morning over breakfast, staring at a cluster of carved cherubs above the fireplace, "that one moved." "It did," Hermione said without looking up from her book. Ron froze with a piece of toast halfway to his mouth. "What?" Hermione turned a page. "Left cherub about 7 minutes ago. The right one moved before that, but only its eyes. That is not normal." Across the table, Wednesday Addams lifted her teacup with the same solemnity some people reserved for funerals and court sentencing. "Your standards remain provincial, Weasley." Ron lowered the toast. "I'm sorry for being surprised your house is alive." "It isn't alive," Wednesday said. "That would imply warmth." Harry, seated at her right, hid a smile in his own tea. Hermione, sitting opposite him with 3 books open and one balanced on her lap, allowed the corner of her mouth to twitch. Ron noticed both of them and pointed with the toast like a betrayed witness. "You two are used to this now. That's the problem. You've both gone strange." Hermione finally looked up. "You started sleeping better on the 2nd night. That's because the screaming stopped." "It didn't," Harry said. "You got used to it." Ron stared at him. "That may be the worst thing you've ever said casually." From the far end of the table, things skittered across the polished wood carrying a silver tray of letters. The hand moved with brisk efficiency, depositing the Morning Post by Wednesday's plate, tapping twice against the table to get her attention, and then climbing onto the rim of the jam dish like a grotesque little butler waiting for praise. Wednesday gave it a glance. "Acceptable," Thing preened. The letters were, as usual, a strange collection. A black-edged envelope sealed with wax, a thin roll of parchment tied with red thread, something in a small wooden box that hissed when Thing set it down. And on top, unmistakable in its cream envelope and emerald ink, a letter from Hogwarts. Harry noticed it because Wednesday's hand stopped. It did not tremble. It did not hesitate. Wednesday Addams did not visibly react to paper, to danger, or to the sight of professors requesting something tiresome of her. But it stopped, only for a second. Then she slit the envelope neatly with the edge of a knife that had previously been used for marmalade and might once have seen military service. Ron, who had the healthy survival instinct of a person not born into this madness, leaned very slightly away from the table. Hermione watched without appearing to. Harry said nothing. That was another thing Wednesday had taught them. When danger entered a room quietly, speaking first was often a form of surrender. She unfolded the letter and read it once. Her face did not change. Harry had spent 3 years learning that this did not mean nothing had changed. It meant everything had. Wednesday refolded the parchment with exact care, slid it back into the envelope, and placed it beside her plate. Then she returned to her tea. Ron lasted 12 seconds. "So?" he said too casually. "Good news." Wednesday looked at him as though assessing whether curiosity could be counted as a fatal weakness. "No, that was all." Hermione shut her book with a soft snap. "Is it school-related?" "Yes." "Is it dangerous?" Wednesday sipped her tea. Harry knew the answer before she gave it. "Yes." Ron put down the toast. "Brilliant." Hermione straightened. "What kind of dangerous?" "The educational kind," Wednesday said. "That isn't funny," Hermione said. "I wasn't attempting humor." "Then what does the letter say?" Ron asked. Wednesday's dark eyes moved, not to Ron, but to Harry. There were very few people in the world who could make Harry Potter feel pinned to a chair without raising their voice. Severus Snape could do it. Professor McGonagall, under very specific circumstances, could manage something close. Dumbledore could unsettle him, though differently. Wednesday did it with ease. "It says," she said, "that Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban." The room changed, not dramatically, not with thunder or some theatrical crack in the air, but the breakfast table seemed to sharpen around its edges. The shadows under the high windows deepened. Even the cherubs in the wall carving appeared to lean nearer, avid for bad news. Harry knew the name. Everyone knew the name. Sirius Black was spoken of in the wizarding world the way children spoke of monsters after lights out, half fear, half fascination, and with a kind of delighted horror reserved for things too awful to be entirely real. A mass murderer, Voldemort's supporter. The man who had betrayed Harry's parents to their deaths. Ron went pale in a distinctly Weasley way, where all freckles remained and every other color fled. Hermione's eyes narrowed, the expression she wore when reorganizing facts into something useful. Harry sat still. There was a hollow sensation in his chest, but not fear exactly, more like a door opening somewhere in the dark. "And Hogwarts sent you that because—" Hermione began. "Because the Ministry believes Black may attempt to reach Harry," Wednesday said. Ron actually laughed, one short disbelieving sound. "Reach him? Here!" Wednesday said nothing. That was the moment Harry understood what had been wrong the instant the letter arrived, not the warning, the fact that Wednesday had not mocked it. Ron seemed to understand the same thing half a second later. "You think he'd try?" "I think men who survive places like Azkaban rarely do so for vague reasons." Hermione pressed both palms flat against the table. "How did he escape?" "Unknown." "That's impossible," she said automatically. "Then the impossible has improved its work ethic." Ron rubbed a hand over his face. "So what now? Extra guards at Hogwarts? Auras, more ministry nonsense?" "Certainly," Wednesday said, "which means nothing." Harry finally spoke. "He won't get near me." It came out colder than he intended. Wednesday's gaze moved to him again. Not soft, never soft, but focused. "Confidence is useful," she said. "Overconfidence is decorative." He accepted the correction with a slight nod. Hermione reached for the letter. "May I?" "No," Wednesday said. Hermione's hand stopped in midair. "Because it concerns Harry," she asked, more controlled than Ron would ever have managed. "Because it is mine." There was a beat of silence. Hermione withdrew her hand. "Fine," Ron muttered. "You know, in some houses people explain things." "In some houses," Wednesday replied, "people survive childhood only by coincidence." That ended breakfast, not formally. No one announced it. But the conversation thinned and died under the weight of that letter, and each of them retreated into the kind of thought silence creates. Hermione returned to her book, but turned the same page 4 times. Ron buttered toast without eating it. Harry stared through the high window at the line of black iron gates in the distance, half hidden behind twisted hedges. By the time he looked back, Wednesday was gone. Thing was carrying the envelope after her. The Addams estate possessed several libraries, each serving a different purpose. There was the Western Library, where the books were mostly first editions, skin-bound family records, and histories too politically inconvenient to be widely printed. There was the East Tower Library, where Hermione had once disappeared for 6 hours and emerged with soot on her cheek and a revised opinion on medieval dentistry. There was the restricted room in the cellar that Harry and Ron had been told not to enter unless the floor above them was on fire. And then there was Wednesday's study. It was not, technically speaking, a library at all. It was a command center built to resemble one. Harry did not knock when he found the door ajar that afternoon. Wednesday disliked pointless ceremony, and he had lived in this house long enough to know when he was expected. She was standing by the window, the Hogwarts letter open in one hand. Rain had begun to collect against the panes, painting the gardens in silver lines. Her study smelled faintly of ink, candle wax, and the chemical tang of something unlabeled and likely regrettable. On the desk lay maps, one of Britain, one of Hogwarts, one of the estate grounds, all newly weighed at the corners with daggers. Harry stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "You knew I'd come," he said. "I counted on it." That was as close as Wednesday Addams came to invitation. He moved closer to the desk. "You believe them?" "Yes." "The ministry?" "No." Harry looked at the letter. "Then what do you believe?" Wednesday folded it again slowly. "That fear makes institutions loud and competent people quiet. Hogwarts is being loud, which means somewhere someone useful is alarmed." Harry considered that. It sounded like her. It sounded annoyingly right. "You think Black will come after me?" "I think he has a purpose. Men do not claw their way out of living prisons for exercise." Harry leaned over the desk. The map of Hogwarts had circles marked around the entrances, the grounds, the train route. The British map had a line inked from Azkaban's last known perimeter breach to the mainland. There were notes in Wednesday's tight, severe handwriting, timelines, probabilities, distance calculations. A chill moved through him, not because she was afraid, because she had already started. "You've been planning since breakfast." "I began before breakfast," Wednesday corrected. "Thing woke me when the owl crossed the outer wall." Harry looked up. "You knew before we did." "I prefer not to be surprised in daylight." Something in him eased at that, not because the danger was smaller, because it had been seen, named, evaluated. That was the closest thing to safety Harry had ever trusted. Wednesday set the letter down. "Wand," he blinked. "Now." "Yes." There was no point asking why. Harry drew his wand and stepped back from the desk. The study opened into a long adjoining practice chamber, windowless and lined in dark stone. Marks scored the walls where spells had gone wrong or exactly right, depending on one's standards. Wednesday crossed the threshold first. The chamber lights came alive one by one, as if reluctant to intrude. "Today," she said, "we begin defensive refinement." Harry faced her from the center circle scored into the stone floor. "I already know defensive spells." Wednesday regarded him coolly. "You know school-approved approximations of defense." "Hogwarts teaches children how to survive duels with other children. Sirius Black, assuming the reports are true, survived Azkaban. That requires a different curriculum." Harry's grip tightened on his wand, part of him thrilled at it. That was the ugly truth he didn't bother hiding from Wednesday because she would have despised him for lying badly. Danger focused him. Training sharpened him. The suggestion that someone deadly might come for him did not make him want to run. It made him want to become impossible to touch. Wednesday saw the reaction in his face and seemed faintly satisfied. "Good," she said. "At least I'm not wasting the afternoon." Then she attacked. Her opening spell was nonverbal and viciously fast, a slicing line of silver-white force aimed low enough that Harry barely had time to pivot away. It struck the wall behind him and carved a smoking groove into the stone. He recovered, cast a shield, then two stunners in quick succession. Wednesday dismissed the first with contempt and sidestepped the second. "Predictable," she said. Harry changed angle, fired a binding hex, then turned it mid-cast into a blinding flare the way she had taught him only once and never with approval. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. She dropped beneath the flare, came up inside his range, and struck his wand wrist with a polished wooden baton that had not been in her hand a moment before. Pain flashed up his arm. His wand hit the floor. Wednesday pressed the baton lightly to his throat. "Dead," she said. Harry breathed once, hard, furious with himself. Wednesday stepped back. He retrieved the wand without comment. Again. They went for over an hour. Harry lost count at 12. Wednesday never raised her voice. That would have suggested emotional investment, and she considered emotion a poor substitute for precision. She corrected him the same way she dissected mistakes in chemistry, strategy, or Latin syntax. Clinically, as though his errors were not personal failings but structural flaws to be repaired with repetition and discomfort. Too direct. Too eager. You telegraphed that half a second before you moved. Never retreat without purpose. Do not look where you intend to strike. Pain is information. Use it. By the time the candles burned lower in their iron brackets, Harry's shirt clung to his back, his forearm throbbed, and his lungs felt raw. He'd been disarmed 7 times, tripped 3, hexed in the shoulder once, and nearly flattened by a concussive blast that Wednesday insisted had been mercifully scaled. He had also once gotten past her first defense. It had lasted less than a second, but it was something. Wednesday lowered her wand. "Better," Harry swallowed, catching his breath. "That means I'm still bad. It means you're improving. There is a distinction." He rolled his aching shoulder. "You usually say that with more disgust. Today I'm encouraged." That startled a laugh out of him before he could stop it. Wednesday's face did not change, but the chamber seemed slightly less cold. She began walking a slow circle around him, hands clasped behind her back. "Black is dangerous for several reasons," she said. "The Ministry will focus on scale, what spells he may know, what laws he has already broken, what fear he inspires in the public. These are secondary concerns." Harry turned to follow her movement. "The primary concern," Wednesday continued, "is intent. If he wants spectacle, he'll be visible. If he wants revenge, he'll be reckless. If he wants you, he will be patient." Harry's mouth hardened. "Then he'll wait forever. Only if you remain worth the wait," he frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means targets become habits. Break your habits." She stopped in front of him. "From this evening onward, you do not move alone on the grounds after dark. You vary your routes through the house. You answer no voice you cannot see. You do not open windows in response to tapping unless you've confirmed the source." Harry, still breathing hard, nodded once after each instruction. Wednesday stepped closer, close enough that her voice no longer carried in the chamber. "And if anyone reaches you," she said, "you do not freeze for memory, sentiment, or curiosity. You incapacitate first. Questions are for survivors." There was no dramatic flourish to the words, no threat. No soft reassurance hidden under the severity, just law. Harry felt that hollow door in his chest open a little wider. "You really think he'd come here?" he said quietly. Wednesday looked at him with that unnerving stillness that always made him feel she was deciding which truths he had earned. Finally, she said, "I think there are men in this world who confuse children with unfinished business." Harry thought suddenly of Privet Drive, of Vernon's hand around a newspaper, of Aunt Petunia's face every time magic intruded too close to the kitchen, of how easily adults built their cruelties around the smallness of children, mistaking dependence for defenselessness. His hand tightened around the wand. Wednesday noticed. "Good," she said. He almost asked, "Are you worried he did not?" Not because he was afraid of the answer. Because he already knew enough to hear it in the room around them, in the maps, in the sharpened curriculum, in the fact that she had moved from warning to preparation without wasting a single hour on panic. That was Wednesday's version of worry. She walked to the rack of training implements by the wall and selected 2 slim knives with dulled edges. Harry stared. "This is defensive magic," he said, Defense is a broad church. You're adding knives. I'm broadening your theology. She tossed one. He caught it on reflex. The blade was perfectly balanced. Most duelists, Wednesday said, drawing the second knife across her palm as if reacquainting herself with it, expect the wand to be the sole instrument of threat. This is sentimentality disguised as tradition. Harry turned the knife once in his hand. You think Sirius Black will duel fairly? I think fairness is a superstition taught to children so adults can disappoint them efficiently. He looked at the blade, then at her, then he nodded. Wednesday's eyes gleamed, dark and pleased. Again! The news reached the rest of the house by evening, though houses like the Addams estate did not so much receive news as absorb it through cracks in reality. No sane architect would have approved. By dinner, even the portrait seemed better informed. Uncle Fester arrived late and electrically charged, his bald head giving off tiny blue sparks that suggested either recent experimentation or emotional excitement, both equally hazardous. "Escaped Azkaban," he said brightly, dropping into a chair with enough momentum to make the cutlery jump. Marvelous prison break, terrible morality, of course, but technique deserves appreciation. "Nothing about this deserves appreciation," Hermione said. Fester beamed at her. "That's what makes you so refreshing." Morticia Addams glided in behind him, trailing the faint scent of roses at midnight. She kissed Wednesday lightly on the temple, then laid one cool hand on Harry's shoulder as she passed, an elegant gesture that somehow felt like a benediction and a ward all at once. "Cara mia," she said softly to Wednesday, "the gates have been reinforced." Wednesday inclined her head. "And the west wall, new wards before sunset. Lurch buried the last contractor." Ron nearly choked on his water. Morticia turned to him with perfect courtesy. For overcharging, Ron stared Hermione's side. "I truly can't tell when this family is joking." "They aren't," Harry said. Dinner was a black candlelit affair of silver dishes and excellent food presented with the atmosphere of a tasteful séance. Usually, conversation at the Addams table ranged from poison cultivation to social failings among the living. Tonight it remained, with unusual discipline, on practical matters, which entrances to Hogwarts were least secure. Whether Dementors could be reasoned with. Why the Ministry persisted in employing fear as infrastructure. Whether Hogsmeade weekends created predictable movement patterns among students. Ron contributed uneasily. Hermione contributed fiercely. Harry listened more than he spoke, filing every point into place. Wednesday did not repeat the contents of the letter. She did not need to. The whole table revolved around its absence. After dinner, Harry found her in the front hall. That in itself was unusual. Wednesday Addams did not linger idly in public spaces. She occupied them with purpose or not at all. Now she stood before the main doors, one hand resting lightly on the iron latch, gaze fixed beyond the glass toward the far edge of the grounds. Night had taken the estate in full. The gates were visible only in outline. Rain moved silver through darkness. Somewhere far off, thunder muttered. Harry slowed beside her. The front hall was cavernous, lined with ancestral portraits whose eyes followed movement with varying degrees of hostility. Candlelight striped the black and white marble floor. Thing crouched on a side table beside a crossbow, looking vigilant. "You locked the gates yourself," Harry said. Wednesday did not look at him. "Yes. Normally that task fell to Lurch or to the gates themselves if the mood struck them." Harry let the silence sit between them for a while. He had learned that Wednesday often answered questions she was not asked, provided the person standing near her had enough discipline not to spoil the moment by demanding them. At last she said, "Security is not merely the art of building walls. It is the art of making intrusion expensive." Harry followed her gaze into the rain. "For Black, for anyone." The wind touched the glass. Somewhere in the distance metal groaned as one of the outer locks engaged. He thought of her in the practice chamber, of the new rules, of the map spread across her desk like a battlefield already underway, of the way she had said if anyone reaches you rather than if Black does. "Do you think Hogwarts will be enough?" he asked. That depends on whether they prefer protection or appearances. That sounds like no. It sounds like experience. Harry leaned against the wall beside her, not touching. He never touched Wednesday first. Few people did. It wasn't fear exactly. It was respect for the radius she carried around herself like a blade. "When I first came here," he said after a moment, "I thought all this was unnecessary." Wednesday's expression shifted by a fraction. "Which part?" "The architecture, the fencing curriculum, or the embalmed vulture in the music room? All of it." And now, Harry looked out at the gates. The estate was absurd, haunted, possibly sentient, deeply unfriendly to normal standards of human comfort. It had trapdoors in 2 guest corridors, a carnivorous greenhouse, and a family habit of discussing dismemberment with the fond nostalgia other people reserved for beach holidays. But it had also taught him how to stand still under pressure, how to read a room before speaking in it, how not to hand fear the dignity of visible panic, how to be sharper than the expectations others laid on him. Most of all, it had given him one thing Privet Drive never had, the sense that someone dangerous might still be on his side. He said, "Now I think unnecessary things are usually the only ones that matter." Wednesday turned her head then, just slightly, enough that he caught the faintest suggestion of approval in her eyes. "Acceptable," she said, coming from her. It landed like praise. Harry looked forward again. "You're worried." Not a question. Wednesday was silent for so long he thought she might choose not to answer. Then, in that flat, quiet voice of hers, she said, "Concern is rational, panic is indulgent. I permit myself the first." Harry let that settle into him. There it was, not softness, not comfort in the ordinary sense, but truth, unsugared and precise. She was concerned, which meant she had judged the threat real enough to admit it aloud. Wednesday did not waste honesty. The hole grew darker as another bank of candles guttered. Without warning, Wednesday stepped to the door, opened it, and walked out into the rain. Harry followed immediately. The front steps overlooked the drive, the gardens, the long black line of the outer grounds. Rain needled his face and dampened his hair within seconds. Wednesday stood at the top of the steps, unmoving, black dress and dark braid untouched by any visible notion of discomfort. She lifted one hand. Far down the slope, the iron gates shuddered, then they closed, not with the creak of metal on hinges, with a finality that seemed to pass through the earth itself. Chains tightened, locks turned. The wards on the walls flared once, green and silver, then vanished beneath the storm. The estate had sealed. Harry looked at her. "This is the first sign," he said quietly. Wednesday's eyes remained on the gates. "Of what?" "That you think it's serious." A pause. Then, "I thought it was serious before the letter arrived." Harry's breath caught. "You expected this?" "I expected movement," she said. "Azkaban rots many things. It does not improve restraint." He stared into the dark. "And you didn't tell me?" "I'm telling you now." He should have been angry. Maybe another version of him would have been. The boy who once slept in a cupboard and wanted every adult answer handed over immediately as proof he mattered. But Wednesday had not raised that boy for long. She had raised this one. The one who understood that information given too early became anxiety. Information given at the right moment became a weapon. Rain slid down the stone steps in glittering lines. Harry asked, "What happens next?" Wednesday finally looked at him. "Now," she said, "we make sure that if Sirius Black comes for you, he regrets surviving long enough to try." The words should have frightened him. Instead, they settled something. Because beneath the storm, beneath the locked gates and the war-ready house, and the knowledge that a murderer might be moving somewhere toward his life, Harry felt the shape of certainty, not that he was safe. Wednesday Addams had never promised safety. She considered it an unstable condition, useful only to the lazy and the doomed. What she offered was different: preparation, precision, the merciless privilege of being trained, seen, and defended by someone who did not mistake tenderness for weakness. Somewhere behind them, the front doors opened. Hermione stepped out first, book abandoned at last. Ron came after her, visibly reluctant to be in the rain or the atmosphere or perhaps the entire chapter of events currently unfolding. "You two could at least pretend this isn't ominous," Ron called over the storm. It's definitely ominous. Hermione said, peering toward the gates. Those wards weren't there yesterday. No, Wednesday said. Ron came up 2 steps, stopped when he noticed the full line of Wednesday's posture and wisely refrained from another joke. Right, he said. So we're all just fortifying now? Yes, Wednesday said. Hermione's eyes sharpened immediately. What do we do? Ron looked from her to Harry, then to the locked gates and swallowed. Please tell me it's not just dying bravely. Wednesday regarded them all in the rain, Harry straight-backed and silent, Hermione already calculating, Ron afraid but still present. When she spoke, her voice cut clean through thunder. No, she said. It's learning properly. And in the darkness beyond the sealed estate, with Azkaban's most infamous prisoner loose in the world and Hogwarts waiting in ignorance for the shape of the year to come, the 3 children Wednesday Addams had raised stood under the storm and understood, perhaps more clearly than ever before. What that had made them, not fearless people were foolish and brief, not cruel, cruelty was lazy. Wednesday had always despised laziness. What she had made them was something else. Watchful, difficult, hard to surprise. And Harry, looking out at the locked gates while rain ran cold down his face, felt the coming year gather itself like a shadow on the road. Somewhere beyond the night, Sirius Black was moving. Let him. At the Addams estate, the gates were shut. And inside them, Wednesday had begun to prepare. Chapter 2. The Dementors arrived by the time September came. The Addams estate had learned a new rhythm. It was not a calmer rhythm. It was a sharper one. The house, which had always been dangerous in the leisurely, cultivated manner of old money and older grudges, had become deliberate. Doors that once groaned open on theatrical whim now stayed locked unless summoned. The outer grounds were patrolled at night by things Ron preferred not to identify. The gargoyles had stopped pretending to be decorative. Even the weather seemed to have aligned itself with Wednesday's opinion of the situation and grown increasingly hostile. For Harry, the shift revealed itself not in fear, but in routine. Every morning began earlier, every lesson ended later, every mistake mattered more. Wednesday had not spoken Sirius Black's name often after that first day. She did not need to. His existence had been built into Harry's training until the possibility of pursuit became less a separate threat than a permanent pressure behind every movement. She changed the angles from which she attacked him in the practice chamber. She taught him how to cast while falling, how to recover his wand hand after impact, how to identify a lie from the breath before it was spoken. She walked him through 3 different escape routes from any room in the mansion, and then made him memorize 6 more in case the obvious paths had already been predicted by someone clever. Assume competence in your enemy, she told him as they crossed the graveled courtyard one gray afternoon. It makes victory harder and survival more likely. What if he's not competent? Harry asked. Then your success will be less embarrassing. That was as close to encouragement as the week provided. Hermione took to the increased preparation the way she took to most things. By mastering it faster than was fair. Wednesday had already taught her the value of reading beyond approved syllabi. So Hermione now arrived at every training session having found 3 related branches of theory and 2 contradictions in ministry practice. She absorbed defensive structures, counter curses, and pattern recognition like she had been waiting her whole life for someone to admit that excellence should not stop where school guidelines did. Ron adapted differently. Ron grumbled. He grumbled while learning how to detect hidden movement in the dark. He grumbled while practicing shield spells until his wrist cramped. He grumbled while memorizing alternate platform exits, wand retention techniques, and emergency signals for use in crowds. He also learned every one of them. Harry noticed that Wednesday never praised Ron directly. She only increased the difficulty when he succeeded. Oddly enough, Ron seemed to understand that this counted. On the final evening before departure, the 4 of them stood in the western courtyard as rain misted across the statues, and the sky darkened into something bruised and low. Wednesday moved before them with a slim black cane she did not need and occasionally used to indicate structural weaknesses in people and buildings. Harry suspected she carried it mostly because it looked severe. "Hogwarts will respond to Black's escape with visibility," she said. "More guards, more restrictions, more spectacle. Institutions enjoy being seen protecting things they do not understand." Hermione nodded. "Public reassurance." "Public theater," Wednesday corrected. Ron, arms folded against the cold, glanced toward the house. "Can't theaters still help, though?" "I mean, if they've got loads of guards. They will have the wrong kind of guard in the wrong place for the wrong reason," Wednesday said. Ron frowned. "How do you know that?" Wednesday's face remained expressionless. "Because they always do." Harry watched her in the half-light. The wind lifted the edge of her braid. Behind her the estate loomed like a threat made permanent. She looked less like a guardian giving instructions than like a general dispatching a small unit into incompetent allied territory. "Hermione," Wednesday said, turning slightly. "What is the first rule of surviving panic in a crowd?" Hermione answered immediately. "The crowd is not your ally. Move with it only until you can move out of it." "Good." "Weasley," Wednesday said. Ron straightened reluctantly. "Yeah, if authority gives an order that increases your vulnerability." Ron hesitated. Harry knew why. Ron still retained a mostly normal instinct toward adults, teachers, rules, and the broad fiction that official people were likely to know best. Wednesday waited. "You evaluate first," Ron said. "Then obey only if it improves the situation." "Acceptable?" Then her eyes moved to Harry. "Potter, a creature enters the carriage. Everyone around you begins to react with fear before understanding why. What do you do?" Harry met her gaze. "Observe before I mirror, identify before I answer. If there's a threat, I act. If there isn't, I don't borrow other people's fear." Wednesday gave the faintest incline of her head. The lesson ended, not formally. Wednesday never announced endings when silence would do the work. She simply turned and walked back toward the house. Harry watched her go. Then she stopped halfway to the steps without looking back. "One more thing," she said. The three of them waited. "If Black reaches the school before I do, disappoint him." Then she went inside. Ron stared after her. "That's probably the most terrifying version of good luck anyone's ever said." Hermione adjusted her satchel on her shoulder. "She means trust your training." "I know what she means," Ron said. "I'm saying normal guardians usually go with right home and don't forget your jumper." Harry looked toward the dark doorway where Wednesday had vanished. "Wednesday doesn't do normal." "No," Hermione said quietly. "She doesn't." But there was something in Hermione's voice that sounded less like criticism and more like recognition. By now they all knew what it meant when Wednesday changed the shape of a sentence. What it meant when she added one more rule, one more lesson, one more warning after appearing to be finished. It meant she cared enough to sharpen the edge one last time. King's Cross was everything the Addams estate was not: bright, loud, overcrowded, built on the assumption that human beings were fundamentally less dangerous than they actually were. Ron seemed relieved the moment they arrived. Hermione seemed focused. Harry found himself disliking it more than he remembered. Too much movement, too many blind spots. Too many people certain that because a place was public, it must therefore be safer. Wednesday walked through it all in black from throat to boot, untouched by the rushing station traffic around her. People moved aside for her without understanding why. Some glanced over their shoulders after passing, as though a cold draft had cut through the crowd and left a memory behind. Morticia had kissed all three of them farewell in the carriage before the station entrance, elegant and grave, and Lurch had loaded trunks with funereal efficiency. Uncle Fester had attempted to gift Ron a compact emergency generator in case the train catches melancholy. But Wednesday had taken it away before anyone lost a hand. Now only she remained on the platform threshold with them, one gloved hand resting lightly on Harry's trunk handle as steam and sound swelled around platform 9 3/4. Students clustered nearby in knots of summer stories and parental instruction. Owls shrieked. Cats objected to travel. Somewhere, Neville Longbottom was apologizing to something in a box. Wednesday ignored all of it. She fixed Hermione's cloak clasp without comment, adjusted Ron's grip on his trunk so his wand wrist remained free, and then looked at Harry. No speech followed. No sentimental parting words. She simply reached into the inside pocket of her coat and handed him a folded piece of black parchment. "What's this?" he asked. "Read it only if necessary." "That sounds ominous," Ron muttered. "It's me," Wednesday said. "Everything sounds ominous." Hermione glanced at the parchment. "Is it instructions?" "It is insurance." Harry tucked it safely into the inner lining of his robe. He had learned better than to open mysterious things from Wednesday in a crowd. Sometimes they were letters, sometimes they were tools. Once, disastrously, it had been both. The first whistle sounded, students began surging toward the train. Wednesday's eyes moved over the platform once, swiftly, like a blade passing over a throat. Then, low enough that only the three of them heard, she said, "Right if security changes. Right if staff behavior becomes unusual. Right if anything enters the school that feeds on fear." Harry looked at her sharply. "You think something will?" "I think governments prefer monsters they can leash to solutions they can't understand." Before he could ask what exactly that meant, she stepped back from the trunk. The noise of the station rushed in again around them. Ron seized his trolley first. "Right, brilliant. School, hopefully less cursed than summer." "It won't be," Hermione said. "No, probably not." Harry stayed one heartbeat longer. Wednesday met his eyes. It was brief. It always was. She did not linger in emotion any more than she lingered in sunlight. But there was something there, not softness, never that, expectation, trust. A demand that he remain exactly as difficult to break as she had raised him to be. "Don't let them make you ordinary," she said. Then she turned and walked away through the crowd, black braid cutting a line through steam and noise, until even the platform seemed to close behind her. Harry boarded the train. He didn't look back. The compartment they found halfway down the Hogwarts Express was, for once, almost empty. Ron dropped into a seat with the deep groan of a boy who had decided locomotives were a personal insult. Hermione set Crookshanks's basket carefully beneath the window and began organizing books before the train had even fully left the platform. Harry took the seat nearest the door by instinct. That, too, Wednesday had taught him. Sit where you can see entrances. "Never give the room your back unless you own it," Ron noticed. "Do you always do that now?" "Yes," Harry said. Ron sighed. "I miss when you sat places like a normal person." "You mean badly," Hermione said. Ron pointed at her. "You've changed too." "I've improved." The train pulled free of London in a surge of iron and steam. The city gave way to fields. The fields gave way to the long, damp stretch of countryside that always made Hogwarts feel less like a school and more like a destination removed from ordinary laws. Harry watched the window without really seeing it. He was aware of every compartment door sliding open and shut down the corridor, every burst of laughter, every cartwheel rattling over joins in the floor, every passing student silhouette in the frosted glass, not nervous, ready. Hermione eventually looked up from her reading and studied him over the top of a page. "You haven't relaxed once." Harry didn't deny it. "You have." "No, I haven't. You've only checked the corridor twice." Ron snorted. "Listen to us. We sound mad. We sound trained," Hermione said. That shut him up for a moment. Then Ron slumped lower in his seat and crossed his arms. "Still feels weird." Harry knew what he meant, not the danger, the shape of them inside it. At Hogwarts, other students still treated threat like an interruption to childhood, something exceptional, something unfair. At the Addams estate, danger had never interrupted life. It had educated it. Harry had not thought much about how strange that made them until now, sitting in a school train full of children laughing too easily. The compartment door slid open. A boy Harry vaguely recognized from Hufflepuff peered in. "Everything full up." Ron glanced around pointedly at the empty seats. "Looks terrible, doesn't it?" The boy hesitated, taking in Crookshanks's basket, Hermione's spread of books, Harry by the door, and perhaps something in the atmosphere they had unconsciously imported from the Addams estate. Actually, I'll find somewhere else." Ron watched him leave, offended. "What was that?" Hermione didn't look up. "We have a presence." Ron stared at her. "You say things now that only make sense if I stop wanting to be happy." Harry's mouth twitched. By late afternoon, the weather had turned. Rain began needling across the window, then thickened into sheets. The sky lowered until the train seemed to be moving beneath a lid of iron. Conversations in the corridor dimmed as the light outside drained away too early. Hermione lit the small lamp overhead. Ron pulled his robe tighter. "Why is it so cold already?" Harry felt it too then. Not ordinary cold. The kind that did not enter through skin first, but seemed to move directly behind the ribs. He sat straighter. The corridor outside had gone quiet, not silent. There were still distant wheels, the hum of the train, but quiet in the wrong way, as if sound itself had decided to hide. The carriage slowed. Ron frowned. "We're not there yet." The brakes gave a long metallic scream, then the train stopped. No one in the compartment moved for half a second. Harry was already on his feet when the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the carriage whole. Somewhere down the corridor, someone cried out. The temperature dropped sharply enough that Harry saw his breath. Frost feathered across the edges of the window. Crookshanks hissed inside the basket. Ron swore under his breath and reached for his wand so fast he nearly elbowed Hermione in the eye. "What's happening?" Hermione whispered. Harry moved toward the compartment door. "Stay behind me." Ron, to his credit, got up too. "Not a chance." The corridor beyond was dim, with only the weak gray from the storm outside. Doors were sliding open. Students' voices rose in confusion, fear, irritation. Then something moved at the far end of the carriage. Tall, black, gliding. Harry had heard the word Dementor before. He had heard descriptions. Prison guards of Azkaban, dark creatures. Hooded things that fed on human happiness and left madness in their wake. But descriptions, Harry had learned, were often a coward's substitute for encounter. The reality was worse. It did not walk so much as arrive from one piece of darkness into another. Rotting hands like drowned bone clutched the frame of the carriage door ahead. The hood bent slightly as though smelling. The train seemed to contract around it. Students froze. One girl in the corridor began to cry. Ron made a horrible choking sound and swayed. Hermione gripped her wand so hard her knuckles blanched. Fear struck the carriage like a physical wave. But Harry felt the cold. He felt the pressure. He felt something ugly and ancient in the creature's presence, something that scraped across memory and grief and all the places in people where warmth had once lived. And then he felt something else, recognition, not of the creature itself, of the atmosphere. He had grown up in graveyards, crypt halls, winter gardens where dead roses bloomed black in moonlight. He had spent years being taught by a woman who treated despair the way other people treated weather. Not pleasant, not fatal, and certainly not reason to lose one's composure. The Dementor's aura reached for panic in Harry. It found discipline. His heart did not hammer, his knees did not weaken. He stared at it coldly. The thing drew nearer, and behind him students began to whimper, but Harry simply watched, studied. The way Wednesday had taught him to study a threat before consenting to feel anything about it. Its presence was terrible, yes, but not alien. It felt like walking into a room at the Addams estate where all candles had been extinguished and something old had decided to remember your name. The creature paused. For the first time, Harry had the uncanny sense that it was not merely searching the carriage, it was registering him. Ron made a small broken sound and dropped heavily back against the seat. Hermione caught herself against the wall, breathing too fast. The Dementor turned its hood slightly toward Harry. Then the compartment across the corridor slid open with a bang. A man stumbled out. Shabby robes half-fastened, hair sleep-ruffled, wand already in hand. Professor Remus Lupin looked nothing like the polished, intimidating figures Harry associated with authority. He looked tired, underfed, and like sleep had been losing arguments against responsibility for most of his adult life. He moved anyway. "Back!" Lupin shouted. The Dementor glided forward. Lupin stepped between it and the students and raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum!" A great silver shape burst from the end of it, not fully formed at first, more force than body, a streaming brightness that slammed into the corridor like sunlight weaponized. The Dementor recoiled, cold shattered. Students gasped. The silver light drove the creature backward, out of the carriage door and into the storm beyond, where it vanished into rain and dark. For a second no one spoke. Then the carriage inhaled all at once. Voices broke. Someone sobbed. Someone laughed shakily in relief. The train lights flickered back weakly overhead. Harry remained standing where he was. Lupin turned, breathing hard, and looked across the stunned corridor. His gaze paused on Ron, slumped white-faced against the seat, on Hermione gripping the wall. Then on Harry, still upright, still steady. Still watching the place where the Dementor had gone as though memorizing it. Lupin's brow furrowed. He stepped into the compartment. "Is everyone all right?" Ron made a noise that meant no. Hermione managed. "What was that doing on the train?" "Searching," Lupin said shortly. "For Black?" Harry asked. Lupin looked at him again, more carefully this time. "Yes." His voice held the strange note adults used when they expected children to be more shaken than they were. Harry noticed. Lupin noticed Harry noticing. Then the professor reached into his case, withdrew a slab of chocolate, and broke it into pieces. "Eat, all of you." Ron took his immediately, which under the circumstances was perhaps the clearest evidence he was deeply frightened. Hermione hesitated only long enough to ask, "What does it do?" Before taking hers too, Harry accepted the piece Lupin handed him. "You should eat as well," Lupin said. "I'm fine." "You may be," Lupin said. "Eat anyway." Harry obeyed. The chocolate was warm, bitter, and surprisingly effective. Some of the unnatural cold pulled back from the edges of the compartment. Ron's breathing steadied. Hermione pushed stray hair from her face and began visibly reconstructing her composure. Lupin remained by the door. Most adults would have started explaining loudly, reassuring badly, or issuing instructions just to reassert control. He did none of those things. Instead, he watched them recover and seemed content to wait until they had. Harry found that interesting. Across from him, Ron swallowed. "How are you so calm?" Harry glanced at him. "I'm calm." "That's what I'm saying." Hermione looked at Harry too now. "You didn't react at all." "I reacted." "No," Ron said weakly. "You stared at it like it had interrupted your homework." Harry considered correcting him and decided not to. Lupin's eyes narrowed slightly, not suspicious exactly, but curious. "You've encountered dark creatures before," Harry gave the only answer that made sense. "Not that one." Lupin almost smiled. "Still," he said, "most students don't hold their ground on first sight." Harry thought of Wednesday by the locked gates. Wednesday in the practice chamber. Wednesday saying fear is inefficient. Wednesday teaching him not to borrow panic from weaker rooms. He said, "My guardian dislikes overreaction." Ron let out a soft, hysterical laugh. "That may be the understatement of the century." Lupin looked between them. "Your guardian!" "Wednesday Addams," Hermione said. That name landed. Harry saw it happen. A flash of recognition, not simple familiarity, but the kind that came with context. "Ah," Lupin said. Ron blinked. "What does ah mean?" Lupin folded the remaining chocolate back into his case. "It means," he said carefully, "some things make more sense." That answer would have infuriated Hermione under normal conditions. Right now, she was too busy recovering. Ron was too busy trying not to think about Dementors ever again. Harry, however, filed it away. The train lurched back into motion. The corridor gradually returned to life, though subdued now, shaken into a quieter kind of childhood. Doors shut. Voices dropped. Rain lashed the windows harder. The castle would be waiting ahead with its towers, feasts, rumors, and new restrictions. But the atmosphere had changed. Harry sat again by the compartment door. This time, Lupin did not leave immediately. He lingered just outside, one hand on the frame, and said in a lower voice, "If another one enters the carriage, do not confront it alone." Harry met his gaze. "I wasn't planning to. That isn't quite what I meant." For one moment, the professor looked both weary and oddly kind. Then he moved on down the corridor. Hermione unwrapped the rest of her chocolate with steady fingers. "He's different." Ron leaned back and closed his eyes. "If by different you mean not trying to get us killed within 10 minutes, yes." Harry looked out at the rain-black window. "Yes," he said, "he is." The first years were pale and trembling by the time the train reached Hogwarts. Rumor had outrun fact in every direction. Half the school believed Sirius Black had been on the roof. The other half thought the train had been boarded by Death Eaters, inferi, or both. The sight awaiting them at the station did nothing to improve matters. Dementors stood at intervals along the platform, still as grave markers, hooded, guarding, waiting. Students flowed around them in frightened currents. Teachers' voices tried to keep order. Lantern light shook gold across wet stone. Harry stepped down from the train and felt the cold glance off him again. Less directly this time, but enough to confirm the earlier impression. They were not merely frightening, they were invasive. Creatures built to reach into a person and strip away what made endurance possible. Ron went even paler. Hermione's jaw tightened. Harry kept moving. He did not look away from the nearest Dementor. It did not seem capable of eyes, yet he felt watched all the same. "Harry." Hermione murmured, very low, "Stop staring." He broke the line of sight and continued walking beside them toward the carriages. On the far side of the platform, Professor Lupin stood speaking to Professor McGonagall. Tired though he looked, he glanced once across the crowd and caught sight of Harry. Something unreadable crossed his face. Then he turned back to McGonagall and spoke more sharply than before. Harry noticed that too. By the time they reached the great hall, the school was alive with fearful excitement. The ceiling thundered with storm clouds. Candles burned low in the draught. Students filled the long tables with damp cloaks and nervous speculation. Dumbledore rose eventually to speak of safety, of vigilance, of the regrettable necessity of new security measures. His voice remained calm, even warm, but Harry heard the steel under it. Whatever else Wednesday thought of institutions, she had not been wrong about one thing. Someone useful was alarmed. And then Dumbledore said the word plainly, "Dementors." A ripple went through the hall. "They will guard the entrances to the grounds," he continued, "while the Ministry conducts its search for Sirius Black." Murmurs broke around the tables. Harry did not join them. He looked instead at the staff table, where Lupin sat with a look of controlled displeasure, and Snape looked like someone trying not to say, "I told you so," to the architecture. Wednesday had said, "Right if anything enters the school that feeds on fear." Harry understood now what she had expected. Governments prefer monsters they can leash to solutions they can't understand. The phrase settled into place with unpleasant accuracy. After the feast, back in Gryffindor Tower, the noise resumed at full volume. Everyone had a theory. Everyone had a version of the train incident. Everyone, it seemed, wanted to tell Harry what he must have felt because the Dementors were searching for the man who had betrayed his parents. Harry escaped as soon as he could, not to bed, to the small table by the tower window where ink and parchment waited under dim candlelight. He wrote carefully, without flourish. "Azkaban guards at Hogwarts. Dementors searched the train. One entered our carriage. Lupin drove it off with a Patronus." Ron fainted. Hermione held position. "I did not react as expected. They affect others strongly. They feel familiar." He paused, then added, "You were right." He sealed the letter and sent it with the school owl post before midnight. The reply arrived the following evening. It came folded in black parchment, sharp enough to cut if mishandled. No salutation. No excess. Harry opened it by the dormitory window while the room buzzed with distant laughter and homework complaints. Inside, in Wednesday's narrow, precise hand, were only 2 lines. "Good. You didn't flinch. I raised you well." Harry read it once. Then again. Across the room, Seamus was arguing with Dean about whether Dementors could climb walls. Neville was searching for a missing sock with the solemnity of a rescue operation. Ron was already half asleep over a textbook. Hermione was annotating 3 chapters ahead because normality had never once successfully restrained her. Harry folded the letter with care and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe. Outside the tower window, the grounds lay black under moonless cloud. Somewhere beyond the school perimeter, the Dementors stood their silent watch. Somewhere farther still, Sirius Black remained at large. The year had only just begun, and already Hogwarts felt different, colder, more watched, less innocent. But as Harry stood there with Wednesday's words against his heart, and the memory of the Dementor's hollow presence still sharp in his mind, one truth settled hard and clear inside him. Whatever the school became this year, whatever hunted its edges, whatever the ministry dragged to its gates in the name of protection, he would not meet it trembling. Wednesday Addams had seen to that. Chapter 3, Professor Lupin. If Harry Potter had been asked, at the start of third year, to describe the sort of adult he trusted, he would have assumed the question was either a trick or an insult. Adults, in his experience, tended to fall into categories. There were the cruel ones, who were easiest to understand because their intentions rarely bothered to dress themselves in pleasant words. Vernon Dursley had belonged to that class. So had many of the adults Harry met only briefly in the wizarding world. People who looked at him and saw a symbol, a scandal, a scar, or a story that had happened around them rather than a boy standing in front of them. There were the well-meaning ones, which was often worse. Well-meaning adults reassured too quickly, listened too poorly, and mistook gentleness for usefulness. They said things like "it will be all right," when what they meant was "I would prefer you not make me confront how dangerous this is." Then there were the competent ones. Professor McGonagall, in her stern way. Snape, under conditions that required surviving his teaching style and his personality in roughly equal measure. Wednesday Addams, who existed in a category so specific that comparing others to her usually broke the scale. Competent adults did not ask to be liked, they were precise, predictable in crisis, hard to fool. Harder to disappoint than to anger, Harry respected that. He knew what to do with that. What Harry did not know what to do with by the second week of September was Remus Lupin. Because Professor Lupin was competent, he was also kind, and that combination felt suspicious. Defense against the dark arts had acquired an odd reputation at Hogwarts. The post itself seemed cursed, the teachers erratic, and the subject trapped between essential and badly managed. Harry had learned more real defense in Wednesday's practice chamber than he ever had from any syllabus. So when their first proper lesson with Lupin arrived, Harry entered the classroom expecting one of two things. Either spectacle disguised as teaching or cautious theory disguised as safety. Instead, Professor Lupin looked up from his desk, tired-eyed and slightly rumpled as always, and said, "Books away. Today we're doing something useful." The entire class froze. Then, in a movement so synchronized it might have been choreographed, half the room broke into delighted chaos. Hermione slid her textbook into her bag almost reverently. Ron looked like he had been handed early Christmas. Even Parvati and Lavender, who usually approached any practical lesson with equal parts enthusiasm and hazard, straightened with interest. Only Harry stayed still for half a beat. Because usefulness, in a classroom, was not a word adults used unless they meant it. Lupin's eyes moved over the class and paused on him very briefly, as if noting that reaction and filing it somewhere. Then he gestured for them to follow him. They went not to the usual open practice room, but to the staff corridor and a disused classroom farther down. The corridor itself felt colder than the rest of the castle, though not with Dementor cold. This was an older chill, stone, shadow, memory. The kind of place Hogwarts seemed to manufacture by instinct. At the door waited Professor Snape, black robes flowing, expression sharpened to an edge that suggested someone had offended him merely by requiring his presence. "What is in there?" Neville asked at once, alarmed. "A lesson," Snape said. "Try not to die of anticipation, Longbottom." Lupin ignored that. "Inside," he told them, opening the door. The classroom beyond was dim, the windows curtained. Desks had been shoved aside. At the center of the room stood a large old wardrobe that shuddered once, violently, as though something inside had just hurled itself against the wood. Several students yelped. Ron took one step back. "Why is it doing that?" "Because," Lupin said pleasantly, "there is a boggart inside." The class reacted exactly as a class should react to that information, with noisy alarm, fascination, and several excellent reasons to reconsider attendance. Hermione's hand shot up before Lupin had even finished the word. "Yes, Hermione." A boggart is a shape-shifting creature that assumes the form of whatever most frightens the person confronting it, she recited. The standard counter is ridiculous, Lupin said. Very good, though today I'd prefer if we all learned it by doing rather than by hearing you save us the suspense. Hermione looked almost pleased by that rebuke. Harry watched Lupin rather than the wardrobe. No wasted movement, no dramatics, no indulgent teacherly tone. He was relaxed but not careless, comfortable around danger in a way that did not feel performative. He explained what mattered, omitted what didn't, and kept the class focused without trying to charm them into obedience. Harry liked that immediately, which was annoying. Lupin stepped lightly away from the wardrobe. A boggart likes uncertainty, confusion, panic. Fortunately, all traits common in school environments. It does not think in any complex way. It responds, it amplifies, it mirrors fear. Our advantage lies in disrupting that process. He looked around at them all. Fear becomes easier to manage when forced into absurdity. That is the principle behind the spell. His gaze drifted, just for a second, toward Harry again. Though some fears, he added mildly, wear seriousness so well they resist mockery. Something in the way he said it made Harry suspect the comment was not entirely general. Snape, who had remained by the door like a disapproving omen, gave a thin sneer. A charming speech. Let us hope the creature is more impressed than I am. Lupin smiled without any warmth at all. If it isn't, perhaps we'll ask it to mark essays. That earned a few shocked laughs from the class and a look from Snape so black it could have spoiled milk. Harry noticed something then. Lupin was not meek. He was soft-spoken, tired-looking, polite when it cost him nothing, but not meek. There was steel under the frayed edges, the sort that did not clatter when handled. Interesting. The lesson began. One by one, students stepped forward. One by one, the boggart came shrieking from the wardrobe in whatever form promised to ruin them fastest. For Parvati, a gigantic cobra. For Dean, a detached hand writing his exam marks in blood-red ink. For Neville, at Snape's obvious and souring satisfaction. Professor Snape himself, gliding toward him with that expression of terminal disappointment he wore like formal wear. The class burst into laughter when Lupin coached Neville into imagining Snape in his grandmother's clothes. A vulture-topped hat and a scarlet handbag appeared on the boggart Snape with deeply satisfying immediacy. Even Harry laughed. Snape did not. He left the room not long afterward in a silence more threatening than any spoken curse. The line moved on. Ron's turn came with obvious reluctance. The boggart took the form of a spider the size of a dog, hairy legs clicking across the floor as Ron went white clear to the ears. Harry had known Ron disliked spiders. This was not dislike. This was ancestral betrayal. Ridiculous, Ron shouted, voice cracking. The spider stumbled, then rolled onto its back with all 8 legs flailing helplessly in the air like a grotesque overturned toy. The class laughed. Ron sagged with relief. Hermione went next. The boggart changed with disquieting speed. One moment there was the ridiculous spider, the next a stern which stood before Hermione holding a long roll of parchment. The woman's face was impassive. Her voice rang sharp and cold through the classroom. Failing grades in every subject. Hermione's face drained of color. Harry stared. He had expected many things from Hermione Granger, not that, and yet it made immediate, terrible sense. Hermione did not fear injury first, or humiliation, or darkness. She feared not being enough. Feared losing mastery. Feared some verdict from the world that all her effort had still somehow failed to justify her place in it. Ridiculous, Hermione snapped. The parchment in the witch's hands exploded into a flock of fluttering birds that pelted her face and sent her stumbling backward with all dignity destroyed. The class laughed again. Hermione stepped away too quickly, cheeks hot, jaw set. Harry watched her return to the line beside him and said nothing. He knew enough not to name another person's fear in front of witnesses. Her shoulders eased a fraction anyway. Then Lupin looked at Harry. "Would you like to try?" The room quieted. Harry stepped forward. It happened almost at once. The air in front of him seemed to thicken. The boggart spun out of its last absurd shape and pulled itself together into something hooded, towering, gliding, a Dementor. Several students gasped. Ron made a miserable noise somewhere behind him. Harry felt the room dim around the edges, not because the creature before him was real, but because the memory of the train still clung to the shape. The cold, the stillness, the hollow pressure against the ribs, his wand lifted. He had not yet learned the Patronus. Wednesday had said very little about that, only once mentioning that some magic required not intelligence or control, but a kind of deliberate emotional force Harry had not found necessary to trust. So he stood before the false Dementor and prepared to cast the ridiculousness charm instead. And then the boggart changed, not entirely, not at once. The hooded shape seemed to hesitate, blur, thin at the edges. The darkness folded in on itself. The cold vanished. And standing in front of Harry, silent and still, wearing black from throat to wrist, with her expression reduced to a precision sharper than anger, was Wednesday Addams. Not screaming, not attacking, not monstrous, just looking at him with disappointment so total it felt like a verdict. The room went dead silent. Harry forgot the spell. His chest tightened in a way the false Dementor had not managed. The shape in front of him said nothing. It did not need to. It merely looked at him as if he had failed some central measurement of his own design, not fear, something worse. Harry knew Wednesday could be harsh. He knew she could be cold, exacting, merciless in critique. But the boggart had found the private knife and turned it, not Wednesday furious. Wednesday let down. He heard Lupin's voice as if from a distance. "Harry?" The boggart Wednesday tilted her head slightly. The gesture was perfect, familiar, terrible. Harry's hand tightened around his wand. He could duel, deflect, endure pain, identify attack patterns under pressure, but this required a different sort of answer. "Harry," Lupin said again, closer now. "Step back." Harry did not realize he had stopped breathing until then. He stepped away. Lupin moved in front of him at once, wand up. The boggart swiveled. And because it was no longer facing Harry, because fear changed shape under a different gaze, it turned from Wednesday into something else for Lupin. Something Harry caught only a fractured glimpse of. A pale full moon through broken clouds before Lupin snapped. Ridiculous! The thing collapsed into a silver balloon and shot wheezing around the room, deflated itself against the ceiling, and vanished. The class exploded into noise. What was that? It changed. Did you see? Was that his guardian? Lupin dismissed them with a firmness Harry had not yet heard from him. "That will do for today. Homework. Read the chapter on spectral deception and write 2 feet on why panic improves predatory magic. Out." Students began collecting bags and whispering furiously. No one whispered louder than those trying not to be obvious. Harry remained where he was. Ron and Hermione lingered too, though both wore the expression of people not sure whether staying would help or make things worse. "Go," Harry said quietly. "We can." Hermione began. "Go." Ron hesitated. Hermione studied Harry's face for one long moment, then put a hand on Ron's sleeve and guided him toward the door. The room emptied. Lupin shut it behind the last student and turned back. For a few seconds neither of them spoke. Harry hated that his pulse was still too high. Not from the Dementor. From the other thing, that infuriated him enough to recover some composure. Lupin leaned one hip against a desk, not crowding, not looming. "Would you like me to pretend that was ordinary?" "No." "Good, it wasn't." Harry looked at the floorboards once, then back at him. "I thought a boggart became what you fear most." "It becomes what frightens you most in that moment," Lupin said. "Fear isn't always stable." Harry said nothing. Lupin's voice remained calm. The Dementor was the obvious door. It found a more effective one. Harry's jaw tightened. It wasn't fear. Lupin considered him. "No." "No," Harry said, more sharply than he intended. "Not exactly." Lupin nodded once, as if that mattered. "That's what I thought." Harry frowned. "You thought? You didn't react to the Dementor the way I expected on the train. Today you reacted the second the shape changed. That suggests the boggart adjusted to something more intimate." The word annoyed Harry immediately. "It isn't intimate." Lupin's mouth almost smiled. "Then we can call it specific." Harry crossed his arms. He wanted, suddenly and unreasonably, to leave, to go somewhere empty and reduce the whole thing to technique. Fear, creature, spell, correction. Clean lines, clean failure, but Lupin was not pressing him the way well-meaning adults did. He was not trying to soothe him into talking. He was simply standing there, waiting with infuriating patience for Harry to decide whether silence was useful or merely reflex. That made it harder to dismiss him. "She's," Harry began, then stopped. Lupin waited. "She isn't like other people." "I had gathered that." Harry almost smiled despite himself, Lupin's expression softened by a fraction. "You care what she thinks?" Again, there was no pity in it, no sentimentality, just observation. Harry looked away toward the dark wardrobe. "Yes," he said at last. Lupin was quiet for a moment. "Then perhaps," he said, "that says something good about both of you." Harry looked back at him sharply. Most adults, hearing Wednesday Addams described by reputation, arrived at one of two conclusions. They romanticized her ruthlessness from a safe distance, or they judged it with the confidence of people who had never been sharpened by anyone worth the discomfort. Lupin did neither. He said it as though the affection itself, however strange, was evidence. Harry didn't know what to do with that, so he defaulted to suspicion. "You don't know her." "No," Lupin said, "but I know what it takes for a child to fear disappointing someone more than he fears monsters." Harry went very still, not because the statement hurt, because it landed. Lupin pushed off the desk. "Would you like to know what I think?" Harry hesitated, then nodded once. "I think," Lupin said, "whoever raised you taught you discipline before comfort, control before reassurance, and perhaps you needed some of that." His eyes sharpened slightly. "But children are not improved by believing love disappears the moment they fail." Harry stared at him. That should have felt intrusive. It did, a little, but it also felt uncomfortably accurate in a way Harry didn't fully know how to reject. Wednesday had never told him love disappeared if he failed. She had also never once felt the need to say otherwise. The silence stretched. Finally Lupin said, "Gentler now, you may go." Harry did not move. Then, before he could decide not to, he asked, "What was yours?" Lupin blinked. "My what, the boggart, when it changed for you?" For the first time, Lupin looked genuinely surprised. Then tired amusement flickered across his face. "Direct." Harry shrugged one shoulder. Lupin glanced toward the shuttered windows. "Something old," he said, "and not especially worth sharing in a classroom." Harry accepted that. Not because it answered much, but because it was honest about the refusal. He nodded once and turned to leave. "Harry," he paused at the door. Lupin said, "You handled yourself well on the train." Harry looked back. Lupin's expression remained steady. "Not because you felt nothing. Because you observed before reacting. That matters." It should not have affected him. It did, not because praise was rare, though it was, at least from adults he respected, but because this praise was specific. Grounded. Not brave or good boy or some vague nonsense adults threw at children when they wanted a feeling more than a fact. Lupin had noticed the method. Harry nodded once. "Thank you." Then he left. By dinner the entire school knew, or thought it did. Hogwarts gossip was a living organism sustained by exaggeration, poor memory, and free time. By the time Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table, he had apparently faced a boggart that became a Dementor, a dragon, Voldemort, and in one particularly inventive version, a talking tombstone. Ron speared potatoes with more force than necessary. "I'm going to hex the next person who asks." "You won't," Hermione said distractedly, though her tone suggested she might. Harry pushed food around his plate without appetite. He was not embarrassed, exactly. Embarrassment was too simple for what the lesson had left behind. Too public. Too social. This felt more private and more irritating, to have that fear, if it was fear, dragged into a classroom under fluorescent curiosity. To know now, plainly, that somewhere inside him Wednesday's approval sat so deep it had become structural. He should have known already. He had known, perhaps, in fragments. The boggart had merely taken those fragments and arranged them into a mirror he could no longer refuse to look at. "That wasn't normal," Hermione said softly. Once the nearest classmates had been distracted by pudding, Harry gave her a dry look. "You don't say," Hermione ignored that. I don't mean the Bogart changing, I mean what it changed into. Ron glanced between them carefully. Should we not talk about this? Hermione lowered her voice further. I'm talking about it because none of us should pretend it means nothing. Harry looked at her. Hermione, for all her intellect, sometimes pushed too hard at locked doors simply because she believed truth was useful once found. Wednesday respected that trait in limited doses. Ron survived it the way people survived bad weather, by waiting for it to pass. Tonight, though, Hermione's expression was different, not prying, concerned. We all care what she thinks, Hermione said. Not like that, maybe, not exactly, but she's Wednesday, Ron finished unhelpfully. Everyone cares what she thinks. I once spent 3 hours practicing how to sit properly at dinner because she looked at me once. Hermione actually huffed a laugh. That's not the same. No, Ron admitted. No, it isn't. Harry set down his fork. What do you want me to say? He asked. Hermione met his gaze. Nothing, if you don't want to say anything. That, more than the question itself, eased something in him, so he answered. When I first got there, he said, keeping his voice low, I thought she didn't care whether I stayed or went. Whether I passed or failed, whether I mattered at all, really, Ron frowned. That's mad. I know that now, Harry said. I didn't then. The noise of the great hall carried around them like distant surf. Plates clattered. Someone at Ravenclaw cheered for something incomprehensible. Overhead, the enchanted ceiling deepened toward twilight. Harry looked down at his hands. She never says much, he continued. Not the sort of things other adults say. No well done, Harry, or I'm proud of you, or… He cut himself off with a slight shake of the head. But everything important I know, she taught me. She notices everything. She expects, he searched for the word, precision. Hermione's voice was very quiet, and disappointing her would feel like losing that. Harry nodded once. Ron leaned back in his seat, unusually thoughtful. Blimey. It was, from Ron, practically philosophical, Hermione said. Did Lupin say anything after? Harry hesitated, then answered truthfully. Yes. What? That maybe it said something good about both of us. Hermione went still. Ron blinked twice. That's actually rather decent. Harry heard the note in his own voice before he could hide it. Yes, Hermione noticed because Hermione noticed everything. You like him, she said. Harry scowled lightly. I didn't say that. No, Ron said, suddenly delighted in spite of everything. But you do. Harry likes a professor. I like competent teaching. Hermione's mouth twitched. And kindness confuses you. Harry did not answer, which was answer enough. Ron grinned for all of 3 seconds before common sense returned. Actually, that's fair. It confuses me too a bit, especially from teachers. Harry looked up at the staff table. Lupin was there, speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall. He still looked worn, still looked like someone who forgot to sleep because there were more urgent problems in the world. But he also looked at ease in a way Harry had never associated with warm people. Not careless, not weak, useful, that was worse, because Harry knew how to guard himself against cruel adults. Useful, kind adults got closer. The letter he sent Wednesday that night was shorter than the last. Defense lesson today. Bogart. Ron's was a spider. Hermione's was failure. Mine was a Dementor, then it changed. He stared at the parchment for a long time before continuing. Finally, he added, it became you. Disappointed. He nearly burned the letter instead, but Wednesday had not raised him to report selectively simply because truth was unpleasant. So he sealed it and sent it. The reply came after breakfast the next day, delivered not by Owl but by Thing, who emerged from inside Harry's school bag as if luggage dimensions were merely suggestions. Ron yelped so loudly 3 first years dropped their toast. Thing slapped a folded black note onto the table in front of Harry, gave a crisp little gesture that might have meant urgent or do better, then vanished back into the bag. Hermione stared. I'm not even going to ask how that worked. You shouldn't, Harry said, opening the note. Inside, in Wednesday's unmistakable hand, were 4 lines. Boggarts are vulgar little opportunists. Disappointment is a useful instrument, not a permanent state. If I were disappointed in you, you would not require a creature to inform you. Observe Lupin carefully. Harry read it twice. Then a 3rd time. Ron craned his neck. What's it say? Harry folded the note with great care. That Boggarts are vulgar. Hermione narrowed her eyes. That is definitely not all it says. No, Harry admitted, but he did not share the rest, not because he wanted to keep secrets from them. Because the second and third lines had struck somewhere too deep to drag into breakfast conversation. If I were disappointed in you, you would not require a creature to inform you. It was, in the language Wednesday Addams permitted herself, a form of reassurance so direct it nearly felt violent. And that, more than the content, unsettled him. Hermione watched his face for another second, then returned to her porridge with suspicious restraint. Ron said, "At least she didn't send a skull." "She's in a good mood," Harry said absently. Ron dropped his spoon. "That's good mood." Harry tucked the note inside his robe and looked toward the staff table where Lupin, late again, was slipping into his seat with toast in one hand and papers under the other. Observe Lupin carefully. Wednesday did not waste instructions, so Harry did. He noticed that Lupin never raised his voice just to prove he could command attention, that he remembered names quickly, that he spoke to Neville as if nervousness were a condition to work around, not a flaw to punish, that he watched corners and doors with the same quiet habit Harry himself had learned, that when people spoke nonsense in class, Lupin corrected them without making ignorance into humiliation. He also noticed how tired Lupin looked whenever he thought no one was paying attention, how often his sleeves covered his wrists even indoors, how Snape watched him from across the staff table with a coldness that was more personal than professional. There were secrets there. Harry could feel them, and for reasons he did not yet fully trust, he wanted to know them. A week later, Lupin stopped him after class, not dramatically, not with the heavy tone teachers used when they wanted a private conversation to feel like a summons, just, "Harry, a moment!" The rest of the class filed out. Hermione shot him a look of shameless interest. Ron mouthed good luck with all the solemn uselessness of a person not involved. When they were gone, Lupin leaned back against his desk and said, "I'm told Dementors are stationed around the Quidditch pitch during certain weather shifts." Harry frowned. "You're told." "I'm a professor. People tell us things when they want them ignored responsibly." That sounded uncomfortably plausible. Lupin folded his hands. "You reacted unusually on the train. That may work in your favor. It may also hide risks." Harry said nothing. Lupin continued, "If a Dementor affects you differently, that's worth understanding before one reaches you at close range again." Harry's first instinct was to reject the offer, not because it sounded unhelpful, because it sounded personal. Lupin, reading something of that in his face, added, "I mean to offer private lessons, Patronus training when you're ready. Observation before that." Harry stared. "You'd teach me?" "Yes." "Why?" Lupin's expression did not change. "Because the school is being guarded by creatures I dislike. A murderer may be hunting you, and you're one of the few students I've met who might take the work seriously instead of theatrically. Must there be a fourth reason?" Harry's mouth twitched before he could stop it. "No," he said. Lupin nodded once. "Good, we'll begin next week." Harry should have asked more, should have held the offer at a distance until he understood the shape of it. Wednesday would have recommended caution, verification, and likely at least one strategically planted doubt. Instead, he heard himself say, "All right." Lupin seemed unsurprised. As Harry turned to go, Lupin added very casually, "And Harry," he looked back. "You are allowed," Lupin said, "to learn from more than one kind of strength." Harry did not answer. He left the room carrying the sentence with him like a strange object not yet safe to touch. That evening, in the tower window's dim light, he wrote another short letter on black parchment. "You were right about Lupin. He sees too much and speaks only when necessary. He offered to teach me Patronus work privately. I accepted. He hesitated. Then added, 'You also said Boggarts were vulgar little opportunists. I think you were correct.' The reply came before dawn, slipped under his curtains with impossible quiet. Naturally, do not confuse warmth with harmlessness. Do not confuse reserve with loyalty. Learn everything anyway." Harry read the lines while the dormitory still slept around him. Outside the tower, morning had barely begun to lift the dark off the grounds. Somewhere below, Hogwarts stirred in its ancient stone bones. Somewhere at its borders, Dementors kept their silent watch. And somewhere between the house that had made him and the school that was still trying to understand him, Harry felt a new shape forming in the year, not safety. Never that, but possibility. Professor Lupin was not Wednesday Addams. No one with functioning instincts could mistake one for the other. He was warmer where she was cold, gentler where she was exacting, patient where she was surgical. He offered explanation where she offered endurance, approval where she offered standards. And yet Harry stood by the window with both letters in hand and understood, perhaps for the first time, that these things did not cancel each other out. Lupin's kindness did not make Wednesday's severity false. Wednesday's severity did not make Lupin's kindness weak. They were simply different shapes of strength, different languages for survival. And Harry, who had been raised in one and was now being taught by another, had the uncomfortable sense that this year intended to force him to understand both. Below, the first bell rang through the castle. Harry folded the letters and tucked them away. When he left the dormitory, his face had gone still again, composed into the unreadable calm Wednesday had taught him and Lupin had already begun to notice. Students moved around him in sleepy currents. Ron was still buttoning his robes wrong. Hermione already had 2 books open while walking. The castle smelled of damp stone, ink, and breakfast several floors away, ordinary things, school things. Yet beneath them, Harry felt the same pressure he had felt since the train, not fear, preparation. The year was moving now. And somewhere ahead of him, in classrooms, in locked corridors, in the shadow of the school's false guards and the rumors of an escaped prisoner, something was beginning to take shape. He would meet it with Wednesday's discipline. He would learn what Lupin could teach, and he would not look away. Chapter 4, Sirius Black Gets Closer. By late October, Hogwarts had become a school pretending not to be afraid. This was a difficult performance for a castle. Hogwarts had never been subtle in its moods. It sulked in storms, rejoiced in feasts, eavesdropped shamelessly through stone, and reacted to danger like an old warhorse that could still smell battle under ceremony. In calmer years, that made it feel alive in a grand, enchanted way. This year it made every corridor seem to listen. The Dementors remained at the boundaries of the grounds like a ring of silent punishment. Their presence was rarely visible from the windows unless the weather turned especially vile, but everybody felt them anyway. Conversations outside dwindled faster. Hogsmeade permissions became objects of controversy and envy. Quidditch practice acquired a strange tension, as if even flying had to justify itself now. Students adapted in the usual ways children adapted to ongoing fear. By making jokes, by spreading rumors, by turning real danger into something portable enough to gossip about. By the 3rd week of term, Sirius Black had allegedly been seen in the owlery, the dungeons, the forest, 3-broom cupboards, and once, according to a second year whose standards of evidence were criminally poor, inside a suit of armor near the Charms corridor. Ron treated each rumor with renewed horror. Hermione treated them with contempt unless sourced. Harry treated them as what Wednesday would have called ambient stupidity. Noisy, inconvenient, and occasionally useful, because panic often revealed where institutions were weakest. He watched more than he used to, counted teachers at meals, measured response times when doors were unexpectedly locked, noted which professors looked irritated by the security and which looked afraid. He also began his private lessons with Lupin. The first of them took place in an empty classroom after dinner, with the shutters closed and a trunk of decidedly unpleasant magical specimens shoved against the far wall. Lupin's approach to teaching proved even more irritatingly effective in private than it was in class. He did not waste time establishing authority. He assumed seriousness and treated Harry accordingly. They began not with the patronus itself, but with pressure, controlled exposure to the edges of Dementor-like effects, discussion of magical defense under emotional depletion, memory control, breath discipline, wand stability, mental anchoring. It isn't enough to cast. Lupin said during their second session, pacing slowly while Harry attempted to hold a shield against a charm designed to sap confidence. Some magic depends on your ability to keep your own mind from becoming hostile territory. Harry's shield wavered once, then strengthened. Wednesday says something similar, he said through concentration, only less politely. I assumed she would. Lupin's dry tone made Harry glance up. The professor looked faintly amused. Do you know her well? Harry asked. Lupin considered that, while Harry's shield snapped under the pressure of the charm and dissolved into silver mist. No, Lupin said, but I know of her well enough to believe meeting her unexpectedly in a dark corridor would improve my posture for life. Harry almost smiled. That was another thing about Lupin. He understood that people could be formidable without becoming absurd when spoken of aloud. He neither exaggerated Wednesday into a legend nor reduced her into a rumor. He simply took her seriously. Harry respected that. Outside those lessons, Hermione carried on being academically unstoppable. Ron carried on treating danger as an insult to his peace. And all three of them moved through Hogwarts with the particular alertness that came from having been raised, one way or another, by someone who mistrusted the world on principle. The school noticed, not explicitly. No one took Harry aside and said, "You've changed." But he saw it in the way other students reacted now, in the slight hesitation before entering a compartment with him, in the way younger Gryffindors sometimes went quiet when he entered the common room late at night from practice or lessons, in how upper years who had once expected Harry Potter, famous, reckless, visible, now seemed unsure what to make of the colder, quieter thing Wednesday had been refining for 3 years. He did not mind. Visibility had never protected him. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the year came and went badly for him. Uncle Vernon had never signed his permission slip, which meant Harry remained behind at the castle, while most of the school streamed out towards sweet shops, joke shops, and the general relief of not being in class. Ron and Hermione had promised not to mention anything too enthusiastically afterward, which only made Ron more dramatic in his suffering, and Hermione more awkward in her attempt to be considerate. Harry told them to go. He meant it. But once the castle emptied and the noise thinned to a brittle hush, the absence settled on him more heavily than he expected. Not because he particularly wanted butterbeer or sweets. Because for a few hours, the school seemed to divide itself neatly between the permitted and the left behind. And Harry Potter had spent too much of his life in the second category not to recognize the shape. He wrote to Wednesday that evening, not about Hogsmeade. He would rather have thrown himself into the lake. Instead, he wrote about Lupin's lessons, about the continued presence of the Dementors, about increasing staff patrols, about how the school looked secure only if one confused motion with competence. The reply came the next morning with typical efficiency. Institutions react to embarrassment more seriously than to threat. If Black intends entry, he will choose a moment that humiliates the school as well as endangers you. Watch for festivals. Watch for feasts. Watch for evenings when everyone believes themselves briefly safe. Harry read that line twice, then tucked it away. Halloween approached a week later. Hogwarts, as if determined to prove Wednesday right with operatic enthusiasm, decorated itself within an inch of dignity. Hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns floated beneath the ceiling of the great hall. Bats wheeled through enchanted candlelight. Plates appeared groaning with feast food. The younger students were delighted. The older ones, temporarily reassured by tradition, let themselves act like children again. Harry tried, he really did. Ron was in an unusually good mood because there were mountains of food and no homework due until Monday. Hermione had finally allowed herself one evening without revising during dessert. Even the castle seemed willing, for a few hours, to remember that it had once hosted celebration as well as siege. But beneath all of it, Harry felt tension, not dramatic, not prophetic, just wrongness in the frame. He had been living with Wednesday Addams too long not to notice when people became careless simply because they were tired of being afraid. The great hall was loud, warm, safe-looking, and therefore, in Wednesday's worldview, dangerous. He scanned the room without thinking, counted the teachers. Dumbledore present, McGonagall present, Snape glowering with seasonal consistency, Flitwick cheerful, Sprout speaking to a Hufflepuff prefect, Lupin present though pale and more worn than usual. Trelawney dramatically occupied with her own atmosphere, no obvious absence, no immediate flaw, still. Hermione noticed him noticing. "What is it?" she asked under the noise of the hall. Harry kept his eyes on the staff table. "Nothing yet." Ron, halfway through a heroic amount of treacle tart, looked personally offended. "Can we have one feast where your face doesn't say we're all about to die?" "No," Harry said. Ron stared at him for a beat. "You know, I asked because I hoped you'd deny it." Hermione frowned. "You think something's off?" Harry nodded once. That was enough. Hermione subtly straightened. Ron sighed the sigh of a boy whose best friends had made vigilance feel infectious and frankly rude. Nothing happened during the feast. That almost made it worse. By the time everyone rose to leave, laughing and half drowsy under pumpkin light, Harry had begun to wonder whether he was inventing patterns because Wednesday's training had made caution feel more natural than ease. Then they reached the Gryffindor corridor and found a crowd. The noise hit first, shouting, gasping, voices piling over one another in frightened confusion. Students were backed up halfway into the staircase approach. Percy Weasley was trying to impose order with the doomed confidence of a prefect facing an emotional mob. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "Stand back!" Harry, Ron, and Hermione shoved forward. Then Harry saw it. The fat lady's portrait had been slashed, the canvas hung in ribbons. Great clawed tears split through painted velvet and flesh alike, leaving the frame crooked and the wall behind exposed. The smell of ripped canvas and wet oil clung to the corridor. The fat lady herself was gone. For half a second, everything in Harry went still. Not shock, calculation. Entry point compromised, common room inaccessible, security failure public and humiliating. Wednesday had been right down to the rhythm of it. Ron went white. "Bloody hell!" Hermione breathed, serious. Dumbledore arrived through the crowd with a speed that made even older students recoil. The entire corridor seemed to reorganize itself around him. He surveyed the ruined portrait once, very quickly, and his expression changed not at all, except that his eyes became suddenly much older. "Search the castle," he said, no raised voice. No panic. Yet every teacher moved immediately. Even so, Harry saw what mattered. The attack had not merely threatened him, it had breached Hogwarts in front of witnesses. During a feast. At the exact moment the school had relaxed enough to expose its throat, humiliation and danger together. Wednesday, he thought, was going to be insufferably right about this. Students were herded away in groups, not to their house tower but to the Great Hall, where emergency sleeping arrangements began materializing with alarming speed. Fear spread faster than logistics. By the time the first bed frames had appeared, half the school was convinced Black had reached the dormitories, murdered somebody, or vanished into the walls. Harry listened, not to rumors, to the structure underneath them, teachers moving faster than planned, prefects repeating instructions they clearly hadn't expected to use, Dumbledore speaking to Filch in a tone so low Harry couldn't hear words, only urgency. Snape disappearing toward the outer corridors without waiting for further explanation. Lupin nowhere in sight. That absence caught Harry's attention immediately. He scanned the Great Hall again. No Lupin. Hermione touched his sleeve. "Don't!" "I didn't say anything. You were about to." Ron glanced between them. "About what?" "About leaving," Hermione said. Ron looked appalled. "Absolutely not." Harry kept his voice low. "Black entered the school, we know that much. We don't know how, and nobody here is telling us anything useful." Hermione crossed her arms. "We also know Dumbledore just locked down the castle, which means he doesn't know where Black is." Ron stared. "That is somehow not comforting." Harry looked toward the staff doors again. Every instinct told him stillness was a mistake. Every lesson Wednesday had drilled into him recoiled from the idea of waiting passively in one enormous room while the adults searched elsewhere, and information arrived secondhand, diluted by panic. But she had also taught him another rule: do not confuse movement with action. Sometimes remaining where you were gave you the better field of observation, so he stayed. Barely, hours crawled, students fell asleep in clumps, then woke again at every sound. Professors came and went. The storm outside intensified, rattling the high windows of the great hall until the whole night seemed to press at the glass, hungry for entry. Near midnight, the news spread in a colder, tighter wave than rumor. Black had gotten into the Gryffindor common room. He had stood over Ron's bed. Ron sat bolt upright on his temporary mattress. What? Several heads turned toward him. Professor McGonagall crossed the hall at once, expression grim. "Mr. Weasley," she said, "come with me." Ron swallowed. "Why?" Now, Harry and Hermione were up before she finished the sentence. "We're coming too," Hermione said. McGonagall opened her mouth to refuse, took one look at their faces, and changed her mind. Quickly then! They followed her through half-lit corridors to a small side chamber where Sir Cadogan had been installed temporarily in a replacement frame. The knight was flourishing his sword and narrating himself with astonishing confidence. "I challenged the blackguard, of course. 6 times, might have been 7. McGonagall ignored most of that and extracted the important facts with ruthless efficiency. Black had forced his way into Gryffindor Tower using a list of passwords, apparently all written down by Neville and then somehow stolen. He had entered while students were at the feast. He had gone to the boys' dormitory. And, according to a shaken, furious Ron a few minutes later, Sirius Black had stood over his bed with a knife, not Harry's, Ron's. "I woke up because I heard something," Ron said, still pale but breathing fast with anger now that the fear had somewhere to go. And there he was, huge, hair everywhere, eyes mad as anything. He looked at me like he couldn't believe I was there. Harry felt cold clarity settle through him. Black had gone to the dormitory expecting to find him and found Ron instead. Hermione said quietly, "He was looking for you." Ron gave a jerky laugh. "Brilliant. Lovely. Nice to know I'm apparently the wrong nightmare." Harry's jaw set. Wednesday's voice rose in memory, precise as ever. "If Black intends entry, he will choose a moment that humiliates the school as well as endangers you." He had reached the tower, which meant the school had already failed in the one task it had been dramatizing for months. That was when the front doors of Hogwarts opened at 1 in the morning, and Wednesday Addams walked in uninvited. Nobody stopped her. This became, in retrospect, one of the most impressive things Harry had ever seen. Not because there were no barriers between an outside guardian and a school under active lockdown. There were many. Wards, professors, enchanted doors, security already stretched thin by the search. Under ordinary circumstances, even an approved parent arrival at that hour would have caused paperwork, questions, and likely some amount of magical inconvenience. Wednesday crossed the entrance hall as if all such systems had made the wise decision to remove themselves from her path. By the time word reached the professors that she had arrived, she was already halfway inside the castle proper. Harry saw her first from the upper landing overlooking the entrance hall. One moment, the corridors hummed with urgent school chaos. The next, a black figure moved through torchlight below with such calm purpose that even the panic seemed to recoil and make room. Students noticed in waves. Teachers noticed all at once. Hermione, beside him, went still. "Is that?" "Yes," Harry said. Ron, who had only just recovered enough to sit down without looking hunted, muttered, "Of course she came. Of course the scariest person in Britain heard about this before sunrise." Wednesday did not look up at the staircase. She was wearing a black coat severe enough to qualify as architectural criticism, dark gloves, and the expression she reserved for situations in which other people's incompetence had become personal. Thing rode on her shoulder like a small, furious herald. Professor McGonagall intercepted her first. "Miss Addams," she began, halfway between relief and alarm, "this is not inappropriate. Your school has been breached twice in one term," Wednesday said. "We are well past appropriate." McGonagall, to her eternal credit, did not flinch. "We are handling the situation." Wednesday's eyes moved briefly to the staircase, to Harry, then back to McGonagall. Poorly. Even from above, Harry felt that line hit the room like a physical force. Several portraits nearby leaned forward so dramatically, one nearly fell off its hook. Then Dumbledore appeared at the far end of the hall. Age, authority, and the weight of the castle seemed to arrive with him. He moved without haste, which in Dumbledore often meant the exact opposite of calm. His expression was courteous, his eyes were not. "Miss Addams," he said, "Headmaster." It was not a greeting. It was the formal recognition of two dangerous people acknowledging jurisdictional conflict. Harry had never before realized how similar Wednesday and Dumbledore could look in the same frame, not in style, not in warmth, not in morality, perhaps, but in the way a room altered around each of them. In the sensation that both were accustomed to moving through institutions as though the institutions were the ones required to justify themselves. Dumbledore stopped 3 paces from her. "You were not summoned." "No," Wednesday said. "I was informed." That meant Harry or one of the school owls, or perhaps the castle itself through channels best left uninterrogated. It did not matter, she was here, and she had not come for discussion. Dumbledore folded his hands. "The castle is under my protection." Wednesday's face remained entirely still. And yet, a dangerous silence followed. Harry had spent enough time around both of them to understand what everyone else in the hall only felt instinctively. This was not a clash of tempers. It was a clash of ownership, responsibility, and the right to act. Dumbledore said very quietly, "Black is still at large within the grounds. The corridors are unsafe. I cannot permit unnecessary movement." Wednesday glanced toward the darkened windows. "You cannot prevent necessary movement." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly, as if revising her opinion of all her life choices. Harry was already moving down the stairs when Hermione caught his sleeve. "Don't interfere." "I'm not." "You absolutely are." But he was already too far gone to stop. He reached the lower landing just as Wednesday's gaze lifted to meet his. For a fraction of a second, everything else in the entrance hall lost relevance. She looked him over once. Quick, efficient. No visible injury, no visible shock, no visible failure. Only when the inspection was complete did some minute measure of tension leave her shoulders. "You're intact," she said. "It should not have landed like warmth. It did." "Yes," Harry said. Ron and Hermione had followed more slowly. Ron hovered several steps back, plainly torn between affection, alarm, and the entirely rational desire not to stand too close to whatever happened next. Hermione stopped at Harry's side with the composure of someone who understood history might be occurring and intended to observe it properly. Dumbledore's gaze moved briefly to Harry, then back to Wednesday. "Mr. Potter is safe." Wednesday did not take her eyes off Harry. "Temporarily." That stung the air. Harry said quietly, "Black was in the tower." "I know." Ron saw him. Wednesday's eyes flicked once to Ron, who straightened by instinct. "Congratulations on surviving another educational failure, Weasley," she said. Ron swallowed. "Thanks, I think." Then Wednesday turned back toward Dumbledore. "If Sirius Black touches Harry," she said, each word cut clean and cold, "I will handle it, not you, me." Several nearby portraits gasped. Ron looked like he wanted to sink through the stones and watch from underground. Hermione's eyes widened not with fear, but with fierce, horrified fascination. Dumbledore's voice remained mild. That made it more dangerous. "You cannot simply—" "I already am," Wednesday said. The silence after that felt almost ceremonial. Harry, standing between them but outside the line of challenge, understood suddenly, and with absolute clarity, what had brought her there through the night, and the wards, and the inconvenience of asking permission from people she did not consider structurally relevant. Not panic. Possession. Responsibility in the Addams sense. Harry was hers to raise, sharpen, protect, and if necessary avenge. It was not sentimental. It was total. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. Then, to Harry's surprise, he inclined his head the smallest fraction, not surrender but acknowledgement. "Then perhaps," he said, "we share an objective." Wednesday's expression suggested she found shared objectives exhausting in principle. Temporary alliances with institutions have disappointed me before. I shall try to be memorable in a better way. That somehow almost counted as wit. Wednesday did not smile. "Where was he last seen?" she asked. McGonagall answered before Dumbledore could. "Near the west staircase, then the trail vanished." "Because your search patterns are public," Wednesday said. "You sweep like teachers, not hunters." Before anyone could object, she turned sharply and strode toward the west corridor. Thing launched from her shoulder to a suit of armor, then to a wall sconce, then vanished upward into shadow with unsettling glee. McGonagall started after her. Dumbledore raised one hand slightly and stopped her. "Let her go," he said. McGonagall looked unconvinced. "Albus! She will not endanger students unnecessarily." Harry almost spoke at that, not because the statement was wrong, because hearing Dumbledore say it aloud meant he understood more about Wednesday than most people ever would. Hogwarts at night had always been unsettling, not frightening exactly, more aware of itself after dark. The staircases shifted with older intentions. The walls listened harder. Moonlight made even familiar corridors seem one candle away from conspiracy. That night the castle felt like prey and predator both. Harry was not supposed to follow. This, under ordinary circumstances, would have mattered more. Hermione knew he was going the moment he looked at the west corridor. "No. Yes. No. Absolutely yes." Ron said faintly to Hermione rather than Harry. "That look means he's already decided." Hermione pressed her lips together. "Then we all go." Harry glanced at her. No, she gave him a look so cutting Wednesday might have respected it. "Don't be ridiculous," Ron sighed. "Brilliant death in groups. Friendship really is magic." So they followed, though more cautiously than Harry wanted and less recklessly than Ron feared. The castle's search pattern had already begun to reveal itself to Harry the way Wednesday said all bad systems eventually did. Professors were covering predictable routes. Ghosts were being sent through walls at intervals that would have made sense to administrators and no one else. Filch prowled with Mrs. Norris near the central stairs. Snape moved like a curse given legs along the dungeon level. Wednesday, by contrast, moved as if the castle were a hostile house she intended to read room by room until it admitted what it was hiding. She did not hurry. That was the unnerving part. She advanced through the west corridors with absolute patience, stopping sometimes to examine a scratched stone, a window latch, a half-open side door. Once she crouched to inspect mud near a sill no teacher had even looked at. Once she paused beneath a portrait and asked, "Who passed here running?" The portrait, a melancholy bishop, actually answered. Black-haired man, wild look, smelled of rain and prison. Direction? Up, then nowhere. Wednesday considered that. There is always a somewhere. She kept moving. Harry stayed far enough back not to interfere. Hermione did the same, though he could feel her noticing everything at twice the speed. Ron had reached the point of fear where sarcasm became whisper quiet and constant. "This is mad," Ron muttered. "This is absolutely mad. Why are we trailing your guardian while she hunts a murderer through a school?" "Because staying behind would be worse," Hermione said. "True," Ron admitted after a beat. "That is the worst part." Wednesday reached the abandoned charms passage and stopped. Torchlight painted the stone in shifting gold and shadow. Rain tapped faintly at the far windows. The corridor here was narrow, old, and full of alcoves where decorative armor stood contemplating violence. She raised one gloved hand. The three of them froze where they were. Then, without turning, she said, "If you intended stealth, you should have brought fewer moral objections and lighter shoes." Ron shut his eyes. Hermione looked offended on principle. Harry stepped forward first. "We stayed back," he said. "Yes," Wednesday said. "Badly." She turned to face them. For one moment, Harry expected anger. Instead, she looked merely unsurprised. "Go back," she said. "No," Harry answered. Ron made a tiny, despairing sound. Wednesday's dark gaze held Harry's for a long second. "You are not an Auror. Neither is half the staff, and they're still looking. Hogwarts employs optimism as a hiring criterion." "That doesn't answer me." "No," Wednesday said. "It doesn't. That would have ended most arguments, not this one. Harry took one step closer, careful, measured. He came for me. There it was, the real line. The reason every order to stay safe, stay put, remain behind had felt wrong from the moment the portrait was slashed. Sirius Black had entered the tower because of him. Ron had nearly paid for that mistake. The school had been cut open around the edges of his life again. Waiting in the great hall like cargo under guard had felt unbearable because it required pretending none of that changed his stake in the hunt. Wednesday's expression did not soften, but it changed, only slightly. The way a blade changed when turned toward light. "Yes," she said. Hermione said quietly, "Then tell us what to watch for." Ron looked at her in disbelief. "You too!" "He's right." Wednesday studied all three of them. Perhaps she saw what Harry did then, not children playing at danger, but her training written three ways. Harry holding the line because retreat now would corrode something necessary. Hermione already shifting from protest to procedure because usefulness mattered more than comfort. Ron frightened, yes, but still present, because loyalty, in the end, kept showing up even when fear made it deeply unreasonable. Wednesday inclined her head once. "Fine," she said. "You stay exactly where I can see you. You speak only if the information improves the room. And if Black appears, Potter does not pursue alone under any circumstances." Harry opened his mouth. "No," Wednesday said. He shut it. They continued through the old passage, past unused classrooms, down toward a gallery of cracked mirrors and faded tapestries where the air smelled faintly of dust, rain, and age. Twice Wednesday stopped to listen. Once Thing returned from the darkness, skittered urgently up her sleeve, and tapped twice against her wrist before vanishing again. Wednesday changed direction immediately afterward, taking them toward a spiral staircase that led to a disused landing above one of the inner courtyards. At the top they found nothing. No Black. Only an open arrow slit admitting cold rain mist and a strip of torn fabric caught on the stone edge. Wednesday examined it between two fingers. "Old robe," Hermione whispered. "Could be his." "Could be anyone's," Ron whispered back. "Not at this hour." Wednesday looked over the landing. He reached here, then altered course. "How?" Harry asked. She glanced toward the wall to their left. At first he saw only stone. Then, with the angle shifted, he noticed what made her pause, a seam too fine for most people to catch. A hidden door nearly lost in the masonry. Ron stared. "That was there the whole time." "This is Hogwarts," Wednesday said. "Every third wall is lying." She pressed at the seam. Nothing happened. Hermione stepped closer, eyes bright despite the hour and danger. "There must be a trigger." "There usually is," Wednesday said. Harry looked down the corridor behind them. "Empty. Too empty. We're losing time." Wednesday's attention did not leave the hidden door. "No, he already used it or abandoned it. Either way, haste now serves him, not us." That was the moment Dumbledore's voice came from the stairwell below. "Have you found anything?" He emerged onto the landing with McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin behind him, the combined force of the school's most competent adults turning the small space instantly more dangerous than any trap. Wednesday held up the fabric strip. "Evidence of movement," she said. "And a concealed route your staff overlooked." Snape's eyes flashed toward the wall with obvious displeasure. "Not overlooked." "No," Wednesday asked. "Then your standards are more theatrical than I feared." Harry saw Lupin hide what might almost have been a smile. Snape did not. Dumbledore stepped to the wall, laid one hand on the stone, and after a moment the hidden door creaked inward into darkness beyond. McGonagall inhaled sharply. "I had forgotten that passage." "Black didn't," Wednesday said. Dumbledore looked into the dark tunnel, then at the students. "Back to the Great Hall," he said. This time it was not really a request. Harry felt resistance rise again. Wednesday saw it immediately. "Go," she said to him. Her tone ended the argument more effectively than Dumbledore's authority had, not because Harry wanted to obey. Because she had changed one variable. Before, staying back had meant exclusion. Now it meant trust in a line she herself had chosen. He nodded once. Hermione did too. Ron nodded with astonishing speed. As they turned to go, Harry glanced back one last time. Wednesday was already facing the hidden passage, one hand inside her coat where some elegant and probably illegal implement waited. Dumbledore stood opposite her, wand raised, light catching in his half-moon spectacles. Snape looked murderous in the abstract and specific sense. McGonagall looked like discipline wearing tartan resolve. Lupin, pale but steady, met Harry's eyes for the briefest moment and gave the smallest nod. Then the stairwell curved, and they were gone. Black was not found that night. The passage led through an old maintenance route, then into a section of the castle long sealed and ultimately back out into the grounds through a collapsed stone break no current student knew existed. By the time the search expanded outward, the storm had erased whatever fresh trail remained. By dawn, the verdict was unavoidable. Sirius Black had entered Hogwarts, reached Gryffindor Tower, nearly reached Harry, evaded the staff, and escaped. The school did not recover from that quickly. Breakfast the next morning was quieter than any first years could remember, and any older students had learned to dread. Conversations broke off when teachers passed. Prefects repeated new rules with over-rehearsed certainty. Neville looked like he wanted the earth to take him. Ron alternated between outrage and retrospective terror. Hermione had already started a list titled Failures in Castle Security and was adding to it between bites of toast. Harry looked toward the staff table. Wednesday was gone. Of course she was. She had not come to stay to supervise, or to negotiate continued access like an ordinary guardian would have done. She had come to confirm the breach, assess the school's response, establish her position, and make very sure everyone involved understood one thing. Harry Potter was not unclaimed ground. There was, however, a note waiting by his plate, black parchment. Precise fold, delivered sometime before dawn. He opened it under the table. Your school is porous, sentimental, and too fond of passwords. Black is capable, desperate, and still alive. This combination offends me, right if Lupin changes. Harry read that last line twice, then folded the note and slipped it into his robe. Hermione, who had been watching his face over her teacup, said quietly, "She left." Yes, Ron let out a shaky breath. "I'm relieved and somehow less safe at the same time." "That's because you associate her presence with two opposite things," Hermione said. "Protection and imminent violence." Ron thought about it. "Fair." Harry looked down the length of the hall at the headmaster's chair. Dumbledore was speaking to a ministry wizard with the kind of patience that usually preceded irreversible decisions. Around them, the school stirred, disciplined but frayed. Fear had lost its novelty. Now it was becoming architecture. And Harry, with Wednesday's note hidden against his ribs, understood that something had changed more deeply than a single breach in a portrait or a single night of panic. The school knew now, not just that Black was dangerous, not just that the adults could fail. It knew Harry Potter belonged, in some dark and undeniable way, to someone who would cross storms and wards and the authority of Hogwarts itself, without blinking if he was threatened. That knowledge would linger, in the portraits who had watched the confrontation, in the teachers who had heard Wednesday tell Dumbledore, plainly, that she would handle Black herself, in Harry most of all. Because for all her severity, all her impossible standards and surgical silences, Wednesday Addams had done something no adult in his life had ever quite done so openly before. She had arrived, not afterward, not in theory, not in a letter from far away. She had come when the threat became real and stood in the center of the school like a judgment. Harry did not know exactly what to do with the feeling that left behind. It wasn't comfort. It wasn't safety. It was something stranger, the certainty that he was worth crossing a castle for. Across the table, Hermione was still speaking, outlining security flaws with frightening enthusiasm. Ron interrupted every third point with personal grievances about nearly being murdered in bed. Around them, students listened harder than they pretended to. Life at Hogwarts would continue. Classes, homework, Quidditch, gossip, winter approaching. Institutions were very good at continuing after they had nearly failed. But Harry looked once more at the doors of the Great Hall and thought of black footsteps in the entrance hall, of Wednesday's voice cutting through all that polished authority, of the cold finality in Harry is mine to protect, even though she had not phrased it exactly that way. Sirius Black had gotten closer. That much was true. Closer than anyone at Hogwarts had allowed for, closer than Ron would ever forget, closer than Harry wanted to admit, but so had something else. The line around him had sharpened. And somewhere out in the dark, beyond the school, if Sirius Black was clever enough to understand what he had stirred, he now knew it too. He was not merely hunting a boy. He was moving toward the attention of Wednesday Addams. And if Harry knew anything at all after 3 years under her roof, it was this. That was not the kind of mistake clever men survived for long. Chapter 5. The truth about Sirius Winter settled over Hogwarts the way a warning settles over a graveyard. Quietly, completely, and with the understanding that anyone surprised by it had not been paying attention. After Sirius Black's breach of Gryffindor Tower, the school changed in ways even the least observant students could no longer laugh off. Security stopped being theatrical and became exhausting. Professors patrolled at odd hours. Passwords changed with absurd frequency. The castle's hidden places felt watched, though never quite watched by the right people. Even the portraits had become more cautious with gossip, which at Hogwarts suggested a crisis so severe it had begun to inconvenience the dead. Harry noticed all of it. He noticed that Dumbledore now paused longer before leaving the staff table, as if measuring the room each time against new variables. He noticed that Snape's bad temper had acquired an edge of actual vigilance. He noticed that McGonagall's patience with student complaints about curfews had thinned to almost mathematical transparency. He also noticed that none of it made him feel safer. That was not cynicism, it was pattern recognition. Wednesday wrote twice a week now, sometimes more. Her letters were never long. They did not waste parchment on affection disguised as comfort. They were observations, directives, refinements of thought. She asked about patrol rhythms, about new restrictions, about staff behavior around Lupin, about whether Black's name still altered the emotional temperature of a room. She wanted data, not reassurance. Harry provided it, and in return she sharpened him from a distance. Security that improves visibility but not response time is decoration. Do not let the school's anxiety become your own. Borrow nothing from weaker systems. Or, a hunted man grows more dangerous when cornered, but a guilty man and an innocent one do not corner the same way. Watch which kind Black becomes. That line stayed with Harry, because by Christmas, the shape of the year had grown stranger than Murderer Hunt's schoolboy ought to allow. Sirius Black had entered the castle twice, both times in pursuit of Harry, and both times had failed in ways that did not fit cleanly with the story everyone preferred to tell. If Black truly wanted only blood, why waste time in the dormitory? Why stand over Ron's bed long enough to be seen? Why flee rather than kill the first witness in reach? Why move like someone searching, not someone reveling in access? Harry did not trust those questions, but he could not stop asking them. The first person to notice his shift in attention was Hermione. They were in the library on a sleeting afternoon in February, surrounded by enough books to fortify a small nation, when she put down her quill and said, without preamble, "You've stopped thinking about Black like a monster." Harry, who had not believed himself that obvious, looked up from the essay he was pretending to write. That's not true. It is. Hermione turned a page of advanced defensive countermeasures without reading it. You're not less wary, you're more specific. Ron, hunched over his homework with the expression of a man doing agricultural labor with his soul, groaned. Can the two of you talk like normal people for once? No, Hermione and Harry said together. Ron glared at both of them. Horrible, both horrible. Harry leaned back slightly in his chair. Outside, sleet rattled against the library windows. Madame Pince glided somewhere in the distance with the air of a woman married to silence and perpetually disappointed in the world. Hermione lowered her voice. You think something doesn't fit? Harry did not answer immediately. In the months since the breach, he had grown more careful about naming uncertainty aloud. Wednesday had taught him that questions exposed too early in the wrong room became weaknesses other people rushed to fill with bad conclusions. But Hermione was not the wrong room. She was often the most dangerous room available, but rarely the wrong one. He had chances, Harry said at last. Twice. Hermione nodded once. Yes, Ron looked up baffled. He also broke into the school twice. I know that, Harry said. Ron spread both hands. Right, then how is this confusing? Harry glanced toward the library door, then back at his friends. Because someone who wants only murder behaves differently when he reaches the target. Ron stared. Hermione's eyes sharpened. You think he's after something else? I think, Harry said slowly, that Wednesday was right. Ron slumped further. That doesn't narrow anything down. She's right about most terrifying things. Harry ignored him. He has a purpose. Hermione closed her book altogether now. Then what? That's the problem, Harry said. I don't know. Ron made a face. Well, I know one thing. He nearly stabbed me. Harry's expression changed at once. Ron saw it and lifted both hands. I know, wrong thing to say. No, Harry said quietly. It's not. Because that was the part he could never smooth down, no matter how many inconsistencies he found in Black's behavior. Whatever the truth was, Sirius Black had brought a knife into a dormitory and stood over Ron's bed. There were lines in the world that could not be argued into softness. Wednesday had written about that too. Curiosity is not mercy. Understanding a threat is not the same as excusing it. Never let sympathy outrun sequence. First facts, then judgment. Harry intended to follow that. He only wished facts would stop behaving like frightened animals and hold still long enough to be caught. Lupin noticed next. By then, their private lessons had grown stronger, stranger, and more difficult. Harry had not yet produced a full Patronus, but he had reached the point where silver mist came from his wand with consistency. And once, only once, during a lesson late in January, a shape had seemed to gather within it before dissolving. Lupin had said nothing for a full 5 seconds after that, which, coming from Lupin, was the verbal equivalent of alarm bells. What? Harry had asked. Lupin shook himself. Nothing useful yet. Again. Harry had narrowed his eyes. That means something? It means, Lupin said, a touch too evenly, that magic sometimes reveals the direction of a thing before it reveals the thing itself. That was annoyingly close to Wednesday's preferred method of explanation, which was another reason Harry didn't press harder. Tonight, though, the lesson had gone differently. They were in the abandoned classroom near the West Tower, the shutters drawn against sleet, the fire low in the grate. Lupin had been walking Harry through memory selection, how to choose not merely a happy thought, but one strong enough to remain structured under pressure. This had proven more difficult than spellwork itself, not because Harry lacked happy memories, because many of his best ones came laced with something sharper than simple happiness. Relief, triumph, belonging purchased through effort. Wednesday's approval, which felt less like sunshine and more like a blade placed back into his hand because he had proved worthy to carry it. Lupin had told him that was unusual. Harry had told him his standards were provincial. Lupin had laughed so suddenly he nearly lost the lesson plan. Now Harry lowered his wand as the last of the silver mist faded. Lupin leaned on the desk beside him, watching with that thoughtful, too perceptive expression Harry had grown to distrust and rely on in equal measure. You're distracted. Harry shrugged. That wasn't denial, Lupin said mildly. It wasn't agreement. Progress. Harry rolled his wand between his fingers. Black doesn't make sense. Lupin went still, not dramatically, but all at once the room felt narrower. Explain, he said. Harry did, not everything. He did not mention Wednesday's letters directly. Those belonged to a different jurisdiction of trust, but he laid out the logic as cleanly as he could. Black's behavior, the dormitory, the searching instead of killing, the repeated risk, the pattern that felt less like indiscriminate violence and more like a man pursuing a specific answer. Lupin listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the fire cracked once in the grate. Then Lupin asked carefully, Have you spoken to Dumbledore about this? No. Why not? Harry looked at him. Because Dumbledore already has a theory. People with theories don't like interruptions unless the interruption agrees with them. Lupin huffed a soft breath that might have been reluctant amusement. That sounds like something your guardian would say. It's something I say. Yes, Lupin said. That's what worries me. Harry frowned. Why? Lupin straightened from the desk. For a moment he looked older than usual, the kind of tired that didn't come from missed sleep so much as old grief never given a proper burial. Because suspicion is useful, he said, but there are some truths that become dangerous before they become clear. And if you go looking for one, you should be certain you're prepared to meet it when it turns around. That was not an answer. Harry knew it. Lupin knew he knew it. Do you know something? Harry asked. Lupin met his eyes, and for one breath Harry thought he would say yes. Instead, Lupin said, I know the past rarely stays in the shape other people prefer. Which was infuriatingly close to confirmation. Harry's jaw tightened. That's not fair. No, Lupin said quietly. It isn't. Something in the weariness of that made Harry stop pressing. Lupin looked toward the shuttered window. Harry, if matters around Black become stranger than the school has prepared you to expect, don't act on anger first. There was a slight emphasis there. Not if matters become dangerous, if matters become stranger. Harry thought suddenly of the boggart, of the way Lupin had looked at Wednesday's name, of Snape's open hostility toward him, of the old photograph on Lupin's desk that Harry had once seen half hidden beneath parchment, a group of boys by a lake, all laughing, all too distant to identify clearly. I won't, Harry said. Lupin nodded. Harry, because he had been raised badly for politeness and excellently for pressure, asked, Did you know my father well? Lupin went very still again. Yes, he said after a moment. How well? A longer pause. Enough, Lupin said softly. To know he would not want you carrying his ghosts without understanding what they weigh. Harry wanted to ask more. He also recognized with sudden certainty that Lupin had already said too much by his own standards, so he picked up his wand again and said, Again. Lupin's eyes rested on him for one long second, then he nodded. Again. Spring came late to Hogwarts that year, and without enthusiasm, the grounds thawed in stages. The wind lost some of its knife-edge bite. The lake stopped looking like a threat and started looking merely ancient. Students resumed acting like future weekends existed. Even the Dementors at the boundaries seemed less immediate in the weaker sunlight, though Harry knew better than to mistake distance for absence. He received 2 letters from Wednesday in March that felt, by her standards, almost insistent. The first, if you find yourself forced to choose quickly between fury and patience, choose patience. Fury is often honest. It is rarely precise. The second, a week later, do not mistake inherited hatred for personal certainty. The dead leave narratives behind them. Many are lazy. Harry read that line over and over again by dormitory candlelight while Ron snored and Neville muttered in his sleep. He had not told Wednesday that Lupin knew his father. He had not told her that the questions around Black had begun to feel tangled up in whatever old life connected James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and betrayal. Yet somehow she was riding directly into the center of it anyway. Perhaps that should have unsettled him more. Instead, it felt like what living under Wednesday's guardianship often felt like, being anticipated with unnerving accuracy by someone who refused to waste time pretending coincidence was comforting. The week before Easter, everything began to come apart. It started, as many disasters in their year did, with Ron and Hermione fighting about Crookshanks and Scabbers. Ron's rat had grown thinner and stranger all year, nervous, erratic, missing for stretches of time, and then reappearing as if dragged back from private collapse. Crookshanks, meanwhile, seemed personally committed to proving every unflattering stereotype about cats correct. Hermione defended him with the inflexible logic of a person who believed evidence should matter more than outrage. Ron defended Scabbers with the righteous passion of a boy whose pet had outlived good sense and now seemed determined to die inconveniently. Harry would have ignored most of it if not for one small detail. Crookshanks did not behave toward Scabbers like a cat toward prey. He behaved like a guard toward an escapee. That thought arrived once and refused to leave. Then came the firebolt. It had been returned at last after months of examination, declared free of jinxes, and delivered back to Harry with official confidence that did nothing to improve his opinion of official confidence. Ron celebrated like the broom had been restored to the Constitution. Hermione, still wounded by the entire affair, remained stiff and unapologetic. The three of them had only just begun repairing the fracture when Buckbeak's appeal failed. That hit harder than Harry expected. Not because he knew the hippogriff especially well. Because injustice, once named clearly enough, offended him more now than it had when he was younger. Perhaps Wednesday had done that. Perhaps Hogwarts had. Perhaps the world simply kept offering too many examples. Hagrid was shattered. Hermione furious. Ron appalled on principle. Harry felt the whole thing tightening the atmosphere of the year further, as though something in the castle had decided grief required company. The execution was set for the evening after their final exam. And on the day it came, the light over Hogwarts had that washed-out, suspended quality that made everything feel staged for calamity. They went to Hagrid's after the exam because of course they did. The exam itself, dealing with magical creatures too foul-tempered to be safely named around Ron, might as well not have happened for all the attention anyone paid it afterward. By afternoon, the three of them were heading down across the grounds under a sky colorless enough to pass for omen. Hagrid opened the door with red eyes and the devastated look of a man trying to be brave for a creature about to pay for other people's cruelty. "Ye shouldn't have come," he said thickly, even while stepping aside to let them in. "Then why did you leave the back bolt open?" Hermione asked. Hagrid looked offended. "I did not." "You did," Harry said. Hagrid sniffed. "Well, maybe a bit." The hut was stifling with grief, tea, and large handkerchiefs. Buckbeak stood outside the window, proud and magnificent and doomed if no miracle intervened. The case papers were spread across Hagrid's table in limp surrender. Hermione began scanning them almost at once, as if bureaucracy might still yield to hatred sharp enough. Ron wandered restlessly near the kettle. Harry, after a while, realized Crookshanks was in the corner, not unusual in itself. The cat had an alarming talent for appearing where he was least wanted. But this time Crookshanks was not lounging or prowling or behaving like an orange aristocrat. He was staring at the milk jug, no, not the jug, the shadows behind it. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Ron," he said quietly. Ron turned. "What?" Harry pointed. For 1 second nothing happened. Then Scabbers exploded out from behind the jug like a piece of dirty panic-given fur, launched himself across the table, and clung to Ron's chest with shrill, frantic squealing. Ron yelped and nearly dropped him. "Bloody hell!" Hermione jumped back. Crookshanks bounded forward, not attacking, Harry saw immediately, but cornering, driving Scabbers toward the door as if herding him away from escape routes. "Why's he here?" Ron demanded, clutching the rat. "I thought he was gone." "That rat has the survival instincts of a bureaucrat," Harry said. Scabbers squealed louder. And then there was a knock at the door. Not a polite one, the sharp, formal rap of men arriving with the law behind them. Hagrid went white. "They're here." Everything sped up. Hermione inhaled sharply and grabbed Hagrid's arm. "The back door." Harry moved at once. Ron, still holding Scabbers, stumbled after them. Crookshanks was already there, tail lashing, as though he had expected this exact sequence and disapproved of the timing. They slipped out the back and around the hut, just as voices entered at the front. Fudge blustering, McNair ominous, Dumbledore calm in that terrible way of his. The grounds behind Hagrid's hut sloped toward the Whomping Willow. And as they crouched there, half hidden by the pumpkin patch, trying not to be seen while listening helplessly for what was about to happen, the black dog came out of nowhere. It hit Ron low and hard. There was no time to shout a warning. One moment Ron was beside them, the next a huge shaggy beast had slammed into him, knocked him backward, and clamped powerful jaws around the fabric of his robes. Ron screamed. Scabbers flew from his arms. The dog dragged Ron across the earth toward the base of the Whomping Willow. Harry ran. Hermione ran. Scabbers shot ahead, shrieking. Crookshanks streaked after him. The dog hauled Ron toward a gap beneath the roots just as the willow's branches whipped down in murderous arcs overhead. Harry would have thrown himself straight under them if Crookshanks had not flung himself at the tree's knot and jabbed it with one paw. The willow froze. For one stunned second, everything stopped. Then the dog vanished underground with Ron, and Harry and Hermione dove after them. The tunnel smelled of damp earth, old roots, and something deeper, dust, neglect, memory. Harry moved low and fast, Hermione behind him. Ron's pained swearing echoed farther ahead, which was the only reason Harry had not yet started imagining worse possibilities. The passage bent upward sharply, narrow enough that their shoulders brushed soil and stone. At the top, light leaked under a warped door, the shrieking shack. Every ghost story Hogwarts ever told about the village beyond the grounds seemed suddenly less imaginative. Harry shoved the door open. The room beyond looked like a place madness had once rented and then abandoned without cleaning. Torn curtains, broken furniture, dust thick in the corners, the smell of rot and old wood, moonlight leaking through cracks in the boarded windows in pale, splintered bands. Ron was crumpled against the far wall, clutching his leg, and standing over him in human form, gaunt and wild-haired and far more real than rumor had ever managed to make him, was Sirius Black. For one instant, Harry saw only fragments, the hollow face, the eyes too alive for a dead man, the prison thinness beneath the ragged clothes, the wand in his hand. Murderer, the whole school said, traitor, the whole world said, the man who sold your parents to Voldemort. Rage rose in Harry so fast it almost felt clean. But Wednesday had spent 3 years teaching him what to do when rage came dressed as clarity. Do not let it cast first. Do not let it choose timing. So Harry stopped, not for mercy, for sequence. Sirius Black stared at him. And in that brief, electrified silence, Harry saw something that had not been in the stories, not madness, recognition, like a man dying of thirst staring at water he had crossed a continent to find and still half believing it might vanish. Hermione rushed to Ron. "Are you hurt?" "My leg." Ron gasped. "I think it's broken." Black took one step forward. Harry's wand was up instantly. "Don't!" The word cracked through the room with a force that surprised even him. Black stopped, and then, hoarse as torn cloth, he said, "You're like him." Harry's expression went colder. "That's not helping you." Black looked at him as if the answer to some private equation had just shifted. Then his gaze moved to Hermione, to Ron, back to Harry, and Harry saw it again. Not bloodlust, urgency. There was no use pretending that made him less dangerous. But it changed the geometry of the room. "Where is he?" Black said suddenly, wild intensity breaking through. "Where's the rat?" Ron, white with pain, clutched his torn robes. "You're mad." "Yes," Black snapped. "Probably. Where is he?" Scabbers chose that exact moment to launch from under a broken chair toward the far wall. Crookshanks appeared from nowhere, landed in front of him, and drove him back with a hiss so violent even Hermione recoiled. Harry's eyes narrowed. Black saw the direction of his gaze and made a desperate movement toward the rat. Harry stepped into his path. Black froze again, and this time, in the charged quiet that followed, Harry heard his own voice come out flat and lethal. "Start talking." Black stared at him. Then, unbelievably, he laughed once. Not because anything was funny, because something about Harry's tone had hit him sideways through the urgency. "That," Sirius Black said, still breathing hard, "is not what I expected from James Potter's son." "No," Harry said. "That's because Wednesday Addams raised me." Something in Black's face shifted, not confusion exactly, recognition of category. He looked at Harry a second time, not the scar, not the legend, not the dead friend's child, but the boy in front of him, and Harry saw understanding arrive. "Oh," Sirius said quietly, then with a fractured sort of clarity. "She'd hate most of my life choices." Harry did not lower his wand, probably. "Fair." Ron stared between them in disbelief. "Can we not bond with the escaped murderer while my leg is broken?" Hermione, still half-crouched beside him, kept her own wand trained on Black. "Harry!" "I know." No, he didn't, not fully, but he knew enough not to rush. Black's chest rose and fell sharply. He looked less like a victorious killer than a man who had run on obsession for too many years and been stopped at the threshold of his last objective. "Peter Pettigrew," he said. "He's here!" The room held still, Harry's eyes sharpened. "Pettigrew is dead!" "No." The answer came with such raw certainty that even Hermione flinched. Black took one step, not forward, but sideways, enough to show the rat trapped against the skirting board by Crookshanks's unwavering body. "That," he said, voice rough with hatred so old it had burned down into precision, "is Peter Pettigrew." Ron actually laughed in pain and disbelief. "That's Scabbers." "Yes," Black said, "that's also Pettigrew." Before anyone could respond, the door behind them burst open. Lupin stood there, wand raised, pale as the moonlight cutting across the floor. For one terrible second, every possible betrayal in the world rearranged itself in Harry's mind. Lupin knew Black. Lupin knew his father. Lupin had known too much too often, Hermione gasped. "Professor Lupin?" Black did not look surprised. That was almost the worst part. Lupin's gaze locked on Sirius, then on the rat, and Harry saw it happen. The years collapse. The last uncertainty die. Lupin lowered his wand. "He's right," he said. The room detonated. Hermione was on her feet. Ron swore so forcefully his broken leg seemed almost secondary. Harry did not move, but every muscle in him went rigid enough to crack. "You knew," Harry said. Lupin looked at him, and there was grief in his face now, with no curtain left to hide behind. "I suspected. Then I knew." "And you said nothing?" "I had to be certain." Black barked a savage laugh. He always was the cautious one. Harry's control thinned to a blade's width. "My parents are dead," he said, every word cold enough to cut. "Ron nearly died. The school's been torn apart for months. You do not get to call this caution like that excuses anything." Lupin took the blow without flinching. "No," he said. "I don't." Silence followed. Then Sirius Black did the strangest thing Harry had ever seen a wanted murderer do. He lowered himself slowly into a chair with all the exhaustion of a man who had reached the end of one road and found the final battle waiting with witnesses. "Then listen," he said, "or kill me afterward. I'm less concerned about the order than I used to be." Harry did not sit. Neither did Hermione. Ron would have, but gravity and a broken leg had already made the choice for him. So Sirius Black told the story, not elegantly, not cleanly. He told it like a wound reopened, how the Fidelius charm had been changed at the last moment. How everyone believed Sirius would be secret keeper, and how that was exactly why he convinced James and Lily to use Peter instead. How Peter betrayed them. How Sirius found the wreckage afterward and found Peter laughing, cornered in the street. How there was an explosion, 12 muggles dead, Peter gone except for a finger, and Sirius taken alive with guilt already written for him by the shape of the scene. Harry listened without interrupting. Because Wednesday had trained him for this too. The moment when truth entered the room, ugly and unbelievable, and demanded patience before judgment. Black's voice broke only once, on James's name. That mattered more than Harry wanted it to. Lupin added what he knew then. About the old map. About seeing Peter's name on it. About understanding too late that a dead man had been moving around Hogwarts on 4 small paws. Hermione's mind had already outrun the horror and latched onto logic. "That's impossible," she said. "Animagi are registered." Black laughed again, shorter and nastier. "Not if they don't want to be." Ron stared at Scabbers. Peter, like he was seeing his own childhood rot in front of him. Harry looked at the rat, then at the men, then back at the rat, and it clicked, the urgency. The searching. The dormitory. Black over Ron's bed, not to kill, but because Ron slept beside the thing Black had crossed 12 years of prison to find. Harry felt rage surge again, colder now, cleaner, not at Sirius, at Peter Pettigrew. At the little coward thing that had lived in Ron's pocket and eaten at his table and hidden in plain sight while the world built lies around his silence. Hermione whispered, "Turn him back!" Lupin's eyes were terrible. "Gladly." What followed was ugly and abrupt. Black and Lupin together cornered the rat. Crookshanks drove him from escape. Ron shouted despite the pain. Hermione nearly lost her footing in the struggle. Harry caught Pettigrew with a binding charm at exactly the moment he darted for a gap in the floorboards. Then, under two wands and one expression of hatred old enough to poison the air, Peter Pettigrew became a man again. He was smaller than Harry expected. That somehow made him more revolting. A pudgy, balding man with watery eyes, shaking hands, and the instinctive posture of a creature built entirely around pleading after the damage was done. He dropped to his knees at once. "Sirius, Remus, you don't understand." Harry had heard enough liars in his life to know when language itself was trying to crawl away from accountability. Peter's fear was real, so was his guilt. He begged. He blamed. He reached for old loyalties like tools he no longer had the right to touch. He called James his friend. He called Lily kind. He called survival difficult, as if difficulty itself were absolution. Harry looked at him and felt something settle hard and final inside him. This was the man, not monstrous in the way stories preferred, not grand, not impressive, just weak enough to sell stronger people to death and call it necessity. Ron, breathing through clenched teeth, spat, "He lived in my bed." Hermione made a sound halfway between pity and disgust. "No, he hid in it." Peter turned desperately to Harry then, as cowards always did when the center of power shifted. "Harry," he whimpered, "your father would have shown mercy." Harry stepped forward. Peter recoiled. And Harry heard Wednesday in his own stillness, in the control of his breath, in the way he kept the rage from becoming motion before it became judgment. "You don't speak for my father," Harry said. Peter began to cry, not from grief, from exposure. Black's whole body had gone rigid with the effort not to kill him where he knelt. Lupin looked little better. The room itself seemed to lean in around the choice. For one flashing second, Harry imagined what Wednesday would do here, not what gossip thought she would do, what she actually would do. She would not let rage make the decision. She would make the decision and let rage serve it. That distinction saved lives, sometimes even the wrong ones. "We take him to the castle," Harry said. Black looked at him like he'd been struck. "Harry, no!" Harry's voice did not rise, it sharpened. "No more shadows, no more stories, no more bodies and assumptions and cowards disappearing through accidents. We take him alive." Lupin's eyes closed briefly. "Yes," he said. Peter made a frantic, grateful noise. Harry turned that cold stare on him. "That isn't mercy." Peter's mouth shut. Ron, still white with pain, looked up at Harry with a strange expression, half shock, half fierce approval. Hermione's face had gone very still, the way it did when emotion and intellect aligned at last into certainty. Black was breathing hard. Then he gave one short, disbelieving laugh. "James would have tried to hex me for arguing," he said hoarsely. Harry said, without thinking, "Wednesday would like you." Sirius blinked. Then, to Harry's surprise, a real smile, ragged, incredulous, broken around the edges but real, flickered across his face. "I have absolutely no idea what that means," Sirius said. Harry looked at him steadily. "Take it as a compliment." And somehow, impossibly, Sirius Black did. They bound Pettigrew. Black and Lupin hauled him upright between them. Hermione helped Ron stand, one arm over her shoulders, his face gray but stubborn. Harry moved ahead with his wand drawn, because whatever else this night had become, he had not forgotten that truths discovered in rotten houses still had to survive the walk back to civilization. As they reached the tunnel mouth beneath the whooping willow, Harry looked back once. At Sirius, gaunt and half-starved and burning with the effort of not lunging for Pettigrew's throat. At Lupin, pale and tight-jawed, carrying his own history like a reopened grave. At Peter, shuffling and sweating and terrified. At Ron and Hermione, battered but upright. And Harry understood, with the cold certainty he always trusted most, that nothing after this could return to the old shape. The school had told one story. The ministry had told another. But the truth, when it finally came, had not looked noble or orderly or public. It had looked like this: a broken house, a broken leg, a rat becoming a man, and a boy deciding that rage would not be allowed to choose for him. Wednesday would approve. The thought did not comfort him. It steadied him. Then he ducked into the tunnel and led them toward the castle, toward judgment, toward whatever the night had not yet finished demanding from all of them. Behind him, Sirius Black limped forward through the dark. And for the first time since hearing his name, Harry Potter no longer saw a monster. He saw a man who had survived by refusing to break, a dangerous man, a damaged one. Perhaps even beneath all that ruin, a loyal one. The world had not stopped being complicated, it had merely become honest. Chapter 6. Pettigrew escapes the tunnel back to Hogwarts felt narrower on the return. Not physically. Physically, it remained the same cramped throat of earth and root and damp stone, barely wide enough for two people abreast. But now it held too many truths inside it, too many bodies, too much history that had gone from rumor to flesh in less than an hour. Harry led. That was not a plan anyone had stated aloud. It was simply where he ended up, wand drawn, shoulders tight, attention split between the darkness ahead and the strained, uneven sounds behind him. Hermione was helping Ron, whose face had gone the sickly gray of someone balancing pain against pride and finding both equally inconvenient. Sirius and Lupin forced Pettigrew along between them, each gripping an arm. Peter stumbled constantly, muttering broken little pleas under his breath. Half apology, half survival instinct, all contemptible. Crookshanks padded in the shadows at the edge of the group like an orange spirit of correction. Nobody spoke for several minutes. The tunnel did not encourage speech. It swallowed sound and threw it back stripped of comfort. Footsteps scraped. Fabric whispered. Peter wheezed. Ron hissed through his teeth whenever his leg jarred against the uneven incline. Harry moved carefully. That, more than anything else, marked the difference between who he had once been and who Wednesday Addams had raised. Old Harry would have rushed. He would have seized the truth, the chance, the fury of it, and driven forward at full speed simply because delay felt unbearable. He would have mistaken urgency for control. Wednesday had burned that habit out of him, one punishing correction at a time. Never run without knowing what you're running toward. So Harry did not sprint up the tunnel toward the castle, toward teachers, toward justice in neat, institutional form. He listened, he counted breaths. He marked the pace of Pettigrew's feet and Lupin's silence and Sirius's barely contained hatred. The night was not done with them. He could feel it. Behind him, Peter made a wet, frightened sound. "Harry, Harry, please, don't," Harry said without turning. Peter's voice cracked anyway. "You don't understand." "No," Harry said, "you don't." The tunnel went quiet again. There were many ways to command a room. Dumbledore did it with gravity, McGonagall with authority, Snape with threat. Wednesday had taught Harry the coldest one, stillness. Say only what matters. Mean it completely. Let other people spend their fear talking. He heard Sirius behind him exhale through his nose in something like dark approval. After a while, Lupin spoke. It was the first thing he had said since leaving the shack. "Harry." Harry did not slow, but he tilted his head slightly to show he was listening. "When we reach the school," Lupin said, voice steady but tight, "Pettigrew goes to Dumbledore before anyone else. Do you understand?" "Yes. No detours, no arguments from staff. No ministry if it can be avoided before Dumbledore hears everything." Harry nodded once. Hermione glanced up from Ron's side. "Because of the story. Because of proof," Lupin said. Sirius laughed once, low and bitter. "Same thing tonight." "No," Lupin said. "Not yet." That word sat heavily in the dark. Not yet. Harry understood what Lupin meant. Truth discovered in private remained fragile. Truth carried through witnesses became harder to bury. Until Pettigrew stood alive, human and visible before Dumbledore, they still had only a story, and stories, Harry knew better than most, were things adults rearranged to suit themselves. Peter seemed to understand it too. He started trembling harder. "Remus," he whispered. "Sirius." You can't really mean to hand me over." Sirius's answer came out like a blade drawn across stone. "Keep talking, Peter. I'm finding it clarifying." Ron let out a short, broken laugh despite the pain. Hermione tightened her hold on him and kept moving. The tunnel began sloping upward more sharply. They were near the exit. Cold night air filtered down through the roots ahead, carrying damp grass, lake water, and the distant metallic smell of coming mist. Harry saw the first thin blade of moonlight above. Then Lupin made a sound, not a word. A breath, Sharp, wrong, involuntary, Harry turned, and saw Lupin looking upward toward the tunnel mouth with sudden horror. The moon was out. Clouds had broken. White light cut across the opening above them and fell clean over Lupin's face. Everything happened at once. Lupin's grip on Pettigrew slackened. Sirius's head snapped toward him. Hermione froze. Harry felt the whole shape of the night change in a single second, like a lock turning somewhere beneath the world. Lupin whispered, "I didn't take it." Harry's mind caught the meaning just too late. The potion. Snape's potion. The wolf's bane. Then Lupin screamed. It tore through the tunnel so violently Ron nearly fell outright. Hermione cried out and dragged him back. Pettigrew twisted free in the instant of chaos, slipping from Lupin's loosening hands like the little coward he was. Harry lunged for him. Too late. Pettigrew dropped, shrank, and with a sound like skin collapsing into fur, became a rat again. Crookshanks launched. Scabbers Peter darted under Ron's staggered foot, sprang off a root, and vanished down a crack in the side of the tunnel too narrow for anything human to follow. Ron shouted. "No!" Sirius swore and went after him for exactly one step before Lupin convulsed again and crashed against the wall. Bones shifted under skin with a sound no one who heard it could ever mistake for natural again. Harry had seen magic twist the body before. Polyjuice, transfiguration, curses. None of them looked like this. This was not elegant. It was not controlled. It was the body losing its argument with something older and more absolute. Lupin's hands elongated. His spine arched with a sickening crack. His face pushed outward, teeth lengthening, eyes burning gold under moonlight and pain and hunger, and the last ragged fragments of the man still trapped inside the change. Hermione dragged Ron backward. "Move!" she shouted. Harry grabbed Sirius's sleeve. "Out!" But Sirius Black was already changing too, not from loss of control, but by choice. One moment he was a gaunt, half-starved man staring at the werewolf that had once been his friend. The next he folded downward into a huge black dog, rough-coated and battle-built, all loyalty and fury and instinct honed into muscle. The transformation was faster than Lupin's and infinitely cleaner. Padfoot hit the tunnel floor on 4 paws and braced himself between the werewolf and the children. For one suspended second, the two beasts stared at each other. Then the werewolf lunged. "Run!" Harry shouted. Hermione needed no further instruction. She hauled Ron toward the tunnel mouth with a strength born of panic and stubbornness. Harry backed after them, wand raised though he knew most spells would do very little good against this kind of violence in such close quarters. Behind him, Padfoot slammed into the werewolf with enough force to shake dirt from the tunnel roof. They burst out beneath the whooping willow into moonlit chaos. The tree was still frozen where Crookshanks had struck the knot, its branches rigid in unnatural stillness, but the grounds around it had become a field of silver and shadow. The castle loomed black against the sky. The lake beyond reflected the moon in broken strips. Somewhere, far too far, the lights of Hagrid's hut still burned near the edge of grief and bureaucracy. Hermione half carried Ron toward the open grounds. Harry emerged just in time to see the werewolf hurl Padfoot aside and bound in the opposite direction, lost instantly to the night and his own madness. Sirius, still in dog form, staggered to his feet. He could have run after Lupin. Instead he turned toward Harry, Ron, and Hermione, chest-heaving, and barked sharply once. Get moving, even as a dog. The meaning was obvious. Harry moved toward him. "You're hurt!" Padfoot barked again, harsher this time. Ron clutched Hermione's shoulder hard enough to make her wince. "Harry!" He gasped, listened to the dog. Hermione's face was white. "The werewolf's loose. Pettigrew's gone. We need the castle now." She was right. Harry hated that she was right. Everything had come apart in less than a minute. Pettigrew escaped. Lupin transformed. The truth they had dragged all the way out of the shack had shattered like glass in open air. Wednesday's warning flashed through Harry's mind with cold precision. Truths become dangerous before they become clear. He looked once into the darkness where Pettigrew had vanished, then back at Sirius. Sirius shifted suddenly from dog to man again with visible effort, collapsing to one knee before forcing himself upright. His breathing was ragged. "Go," he said, Harry's jaw tightened. "Not leaving you?" "Yes, you are. He's out there," Hermione said desperately. "Professor Lupin—" "I know what's out there," Sirius snapped, then checked himself when Ron flinched. His voice came back rougher, quieter. "I'll hold him if I can. You three get to the castle." Harry stared at him. Only an hour ago he had thought Sirius Black a murderer. Now the man stood torn open by moonlight and history, choosing again, to put himself between danger and Harry. The world had an ugly sense of timing. Sirius saw the hesitation in him and gave a short, humorless breath that was almost a laugh. "She really did raise you, didn't she?" Harry frowned despite everything. Wednesday, Sirius pushed wet hair back from his face with a shaking hand. That expression, like you're arguing with a tactical map. Harry almost said "I am." Instead he asked, "Can you manage him?" "Manage? No," Sirius's mouth twisted. "Delay, possibly." Ron, in obvious agony, muttered, "Brilliant, comforting, very good word choice." Hermione adjusted her grip on him. "Harry." Harry made the decision because someone had to. "Fine," he said. "But if he turns back, if Lupin turns back, you get to the castle too." Sirius nodded once. Harry took 2 steps away, then stopped and turned back. Something in him resisted leaving the scene blind. Not only because Sirius was injured, not only because Lupin was loose, because Wednesday had taught him that retreat without understanding was merely delayed vulnerability. "Harry." Hermione hissed. He looked at the dark tree line where the werewolf had disappeared, listened, waited. There, a sound, not pursuit, not attack. Movement angling away from the castle toward the lake. Interesting. He filed it instantly. Never run without knowing what you're running toward. Now he knew. "Lakeside," he said. He went lakeside. Sirius's eyes sharpened. He shifted once more into Padfoot. The dog gave Harry a long look, startlingly human in its intensity, then bounded toward the darkness. Hermione stared after him. "How did you know that?" "I listened." Ron made a pained, incredulous noise. "Of course you did." They started toward the castle, or tried to. Ron lasted maybe 20 yards before his broken leg buckled and nearly took Hermione down with him. Harry caught him on the other side, and together they dragged him forward over the damp grass while the moon painted every stone and shadow in false calm. The castle felt impossibly far away. "Hermione," Harry said between breaths. "Wand." She understood at once. A levitation charm would have been ideal under other conditions, but Ron was panicked, the ground uneven, and her concentration fraying. Instead, she cast a steadying support charm around his leg while Harry took more of the weight. Ron, to his great credit, kept moving, mostly by swearing. They had almost reached the rise overlooking the lake when Harry heard it, a bark, distant, strained, cut off. He stopped dead. Hermione nearly stumbled. "What are you doing?" Harry looked toward the water. The lake lay under the moon like polished black metal. Mist was gathering over it in low, pale drifts. Beyond the shoreline, near a thin stand of trees, something moved, a shape on the ground, dark against darker earth, and around it figures, tall, hooded, gliding. Harry's stomach went cold. Dementors, not 1 or 2, a swarm. Hermione saw them half a second later and inhaled sharply. "No." Ron looked up through pain and immediately went white. "Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" The Dementors were descending on the figure by the lake in tightening circles. Serious. The realization struck hard and absolute. Harry shifted Ron toward Hermione. "Take him to the castle." She grabbed his arm. "Harry, no! He's alone. So are we. He'll die." The words came out flat enough to silence even Ron for a beat. Hermione's grip tightened. "And what exactly do you think you can do against that many Dementors?" Harry looked at the lake, at the circling darkness, at the shape of Sirius on the ground, fighting to rise and failing. He had an answer, not a good one, not a complete one, but he had one, something. Ron actually laughed once, frantic and broken. "That's not a plan. It's what we have." Hermione's face was pale with anger and fear. "Your Patronus isn't ready." Harry met her eyes. "No reassurance, no lie, I know." That was the worst part. He knew exactly how unfinished he was. Knew the silver mist he had managed with Lupin was not the same thing as a shield against a sky full of soul-sucking horror. Knew Wednesday would call this high-risk improvisation and then, if necessary, help bury the consequences. But Sirius was there. And Harry could not walk toward the castle while a man who had just spent himself protecting them was being buried alive under darkness. "Hermione," he said quietly, "go!" Something in his tone made her stop arguing, not agreement, recognition. She nodded once, tight and furious and helpless. "Don't be stupid." Ron, slumped against her, muttered, "A bit late for that." Harry was already running. This time he did run, because now he knew what he was running toward. The cold hit before he reached the shore. It rolled across the grass like the front edge of winter's corpse, draining sound, draining color, draining the simple human certainty that breath ought to be enough to remain alive. Harry's feet pounded wet earth. Mist curled around his ankles. The moon seemed farther away with every step. The Dementors gathered lower, their cloaks moved without wind, their rotting hands stretched, their presence dragged on memory like hooks. Harry saw Sirius now properly, back in human form, sprawled on the ground, trying to push himself up and failing. His face was gray in the moonlight. One arm was flung across his chest as though he were trying to shield his own heart. The Dementors descended toward him with terrible patience. Harry skidded to a stop, raised his wand, and shouted the spell. Expecto Patronum, silver mist burst from the wand tip. It was more than before. Stronger. Brighter. For one fierce instant, Harry thought it might hold. Then the nearest Dementor turned toward him, and the cold deepened. The mist faltered. The world lurched. The lake, the ground, the sky all tilted together as if someone had put their hand around reality and squeezed. A woman screamed. Harry knew that scream. He had heard it in dreams, in blood memory. In the scar's oldest dark, his mother, the Dementors, came closer. Another scream, a man shouting, green light, a child crying. Harry staggered but kept the wand up. "No," he said through teeth that wanted to chatter. "No." The silver at his wand's tip struggled, thinned, tried to gather shape and failed. Across the water of his mind came Wednesday's voice, cold and exact. "Pain is information. Use it." Then Lupin's, quieter, "Choose the memory, hold it, give it structure." Harry tried, not his parents dying. Not the scream, something else. The first night in the Addams estate when he had realized no one was coming to drag him back to Privet Drive. The way Wednesday had corrected his wand grip for an hour and then said, almost absent-mindedly, better, as if it had mattered that he improved. Morticia's hand on his shoulder in passing. Hermione laughing over a book too advanced for her year. Ron, terrified but staying anyway. The locked gates closing in the storm while Wednesday stood beside him and said they would make black regret trying, belonging, sharp, difficult, earned belonging. He dragged all of it up and cast again. Expecto Patronum? This time silver fire leapt out farther, a shape almost formed, almost. Then 3 Dementors turned on him at once, their hoods lowered. The cold became absolute. Harry heard the scream again, closer now, inside his skull. His mother begging. Voldemort's voice. The sound of life ending in a room he had never seen and remembered too well. His knees hit the ground. The wand wavered. No, not yet, not the Dementors closed. Sirius made a broken noise somewhere to Harry's left, too weak even to shout now. Harry tried once more to force the spell. Only a few tattered wisps of silver came. Failure. The word hit hard, irrationally hard, because for one horrible instant the Boggart's Wednesday face flashed through him. The expression of final disappointment, of expectation broken. And then another memory answered it at once. If I were disappointed in you, you would not require a creature to inform you. The thought steadied him just enough not to collapse outright. He lifted the wand one more time. Nothing coherent came. The darkness thickened. The nearest Dementor bent over him, hood falling back. Harry's vision blurred at the edges. He could feel the world peeling away in layers, sound first, then warmth, then self, and across the lake light exploded, not soft light, not distant. A blinding, white-silver force so fierce it tore through the mist like daybreak given teeth. The Dementors recoiled all at once. Harry forced his head up. On the far bank stood a figure, indistinct in the brilliance, wand raised high. And from that wand came a Patronus unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Not mist, not partial form, but a great blazing power charging across the water with unstoppable purpose. For one impossible second, Harry thought only one thing: my father. Because what else could fit that shape in the moment between death and reprieve? What else could stand across the lake in impossible light and drive back darkness with such complete certainty? The shining creature thundered forward. The Dementors fled before it in a scattering wave, torn from Sirius, from Harry, from the shore itself by the sheer violence of that pure magic. Harry tried to focus on the figure casting it. The light was too bright. The cold was too deep. His body had gone heavy and far away. He saw only fragments, a silhouette, a raised arm, silver streaming outward in great arcs, the sense not of rescue exactly, but of inevitability. The Patronus drove the last of the Dementors back into the night. Harry's fingers loosened around the wand, the ground rushed up to meet him. His last clear image before darkness took him was of that blazing figure across the lake, impossible and distant and familiar in all the wrong ways. His father, he thought. Then the thought fractured, not his father, but someone. And then there was nothing at all. Chapter 7, Time Turns Back. Harry woke to whiteness, not heaven, not peace, not anything so sentimental. The hospital wing at Hogwarts had a particular kind of white, clean without comfort, orderly without softness, the sort of place built by people who believed injury was acceptable only if properly catalogued. Moonlight filtered through high windows in pale bars. Sheets scratched faintly against his skin. Somewhere nearby glass clinked, a fire whispered in a small grate, and Madame Pomfrey muttered to herself with the efficient disapproval of a woman who had once again been handed more damaged children than any school had a right to produce. For several long seconds, Harry lay still and let memory come back in fragments. The tunnel, Pettigrew escaping, Lupin under the moon, Sirius by the lake. Dementors descending, the scream, the light across the water. He sat up too quickly. Pain burst behind his eyes. The room lurched. A firm hand pushed him back against the pillows before he could swing his legs off the bed. "Lie down," Madame Pomfrey snapped, "unless you've suddenly developed a professional interest in collapsing." Harry ignored the tone. "Sirius!" "Alive," said a voice from the shadows near the far bed. Hermione. She sat upright in a chair that looked too stiff even for her. Hair more untidy than usual, face pale with fatigue and strain, and the sort of concentrated thought that meant she had been building arguments in silence for at least an hour. Ron lay in the bed between them, propped awkwardly against pillows, one leg splinted, looking like he had been run through a war and retained strong personal objections to the whole process. Harry's throat tightened. "Ron!" Ron looked at him blearily. "I'm touched you noticed me first." Harry let out one breath that might have become a laugh under different circumstances. Then the memory slammed back harder. "Sirius," he repeated. "Where is he?" Ron's face changed at once. Hermione answered, "In the tower room, guarded." Harry stared at her. "Guarded? They think he attacked you?" Ron said grimly. "Or tried to, or something near enough that Fudge can make speeches about it." Harry swung his legs off the bed this time, despite Madame Pomfrey's angry noise. "No." "Harry," Hermione began. "No." The word came out flatter than he meant, but none of them seemed surprised. The whole night had sharpened him past politeness. Pettigrew had escaped. The truth had shattered on open ground. Sirius had nearly been given to the Dementors in front of Harry's eyes, and somehow the world had still found a way to arrive at the wrong conclusion. Of course it had. Institutions, Wednesday would say, prefer stories that preserve their dignity over truths that expose their failures. Harry was halfway to standing when the hospital wing door opened and Dumbledore stepped inside. He looked older than he had at the Halloween breach, not weaker. Dumbledore never looked weak, even in exhaustion. But the night had laid extra years into the lines around his eyes, and his expression held that grave, private focus Harry had come to recognize as the headmaster's version of urgency stripped of performance. Madame Pomfrey drew herself up at once. "He is not fit to leave this bed." Dumbledore inclined his head. "I shall not encourage recklessness more than absolutely necessary." "That is not a reassuring sentence." "It rarely is in this castle," Ron muttered. Dumbledore came to stand at the foot of Harry's bed. The moonlight caught in his spectacles, obscuring his eyes for one moment before he stepped forward into clearer firelight. "You are awake," he said. Harry's jaw tightened. "Sirius didn't attack us." "No," Dumbledore said. "He did not." The answer came so cleanly that for half a second Harry forgot how angry he was. "You know that." "I know more than Cornelius Fudge does," Dumbledore replied. "Which tonight is not difficult." Ron pushed himself up higher with a wince. "Then do something." Dumbledore's gaze moved to Ron, kind and very tired. "I intend to." Harry looked from him to Hermione and back. There was a current in the room now, something taut and unspoken. Hermione's hands were clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles had gone white. Dumbledore's attention lingered on her for the briefest moment before returning to Harry. "There is not much time," he said. That got Harry's full attention. Not because the words themselves were unusual. Hogwarts specialized in adults announcing urgency after all useful deadlines had expired, but because of how Dumbledore said them, measured, precise, as if every word after this would matter in a different way. "Sirius Black is locked in Professor Flitwick's old office," Dumbledore continued. "The Ministry intends to administer the Dementor's kiss before dawn." Ron actually swore. Madame Pomfrey gasped. Hermione's face did not change, which was in itself a kind of alarm. Harry felt something cold and absolute settle through him. "No," Dumbledore studied him for a long second. "No, indeed, you can stop them." "I can delay them," Dumbledore said. "Stopping them outright requires proof the Ministry will accept. Pettigrew is gone. Lupin is," he paused, "unavailable for the moment. And your account, however truthful, will not satisfy men who have already decided what makes their world simpler." Harry hated the logic because it was right. Sirius Black alive and talking was dangerous to too many convenient lies. The Ministry would choose silence disguised as justice. It was the sort of thing Wednesday would have predicted before the kettle boiled. Harry said, "Then what do we do?" Dumbledore turned his head toward Hermione. That was when Harry saw it fully, the expectation, the dread, the strange, tightly controlled fear in Hermione's eyes. Dumbledore said softly, "You know the law regarding your device, Miss Granger." Ron blinked. "Her what?" Hermione looked as though she had swallowed ice. "Yes, Professor. Good." "Then you also know that the law, while often useful, occasionally mistakes itself for morality." Dumbledore leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. 3 turns should do it, I think. 3 hours, that ought to be enough." Ron stared at them both in open bewilderment. "Enough for what?" Dumbledore straightened. "More than one innocent life may be spared tonight." Harry looked at Hermione, she looked back at him, and everything clicked all at once, not cleanly, not completely, but enough. The impossible number of classes Hermione attended. The way she vanished and reappeared on timetables that should have broken physics, the exhausted secrecy of it. "Time," Harry said. Hermione shut her eyes briefly. Ron looked between them. "What?" Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry. "You are exceptionally quick this evening." "Usually it takes near death," Harry said. "An unfortunate accelerator." Harry ignored that. "You want us to go back?" Dumbledore's expression remained composed, but some faint spark of approval touched it. "I want you to remember that 3 hours ago you had not yet gone down to Hagrid's hut. I want you to remember that innocence and guilt are often hidden by timing, and I want you to remember, most carefully of all, that you must not be seen." Ron looked as though he might throw his good leg at someone. "Seen doing what?" But Dumbledore was already stepping back. 3 turns. He repeated to Hermione, "You know where to go." Then at the door he paused and looked back at Harry. "You thought just now," he said quietly, "that you saw your father by the lake." Harry went still. Dumbledore held his gaze. "Sometimes," the headmaster said, "the future sends answers into the past in forms we are ready to recognize only afterward." Then he left. Silence crashed into the room behind him. Ron looked at Hermione. "Explain." Hermione stood up slowly. every movement tense with the weight of a secret no 13-year-old should have been trusted to carry. From beneath the neck of her robes, she drew a fine gold chain. At its center hung a tiny hourglass. Harry stared. Ron looked as though language had deserted him. Hermione's voice was very quiet. Professor McGonagall got it for me from the ministry at the start of the year, so I could attend all my classes. Ron found his voice first, though only just. They gave you time travel for homework. Hermione looked offended despite everything. It was properly authorized. That is somehow worse. Harry did not take his eyes off the time-turner. The little hourglass glittered in the hospital wing light, delicate and impossible, and suddenly the most dangerous object in the castle. 3 hours, enough to save Buckbeak, enough to save Sirius. Enough, perhaps, to become the answer he had already seen and failed to understand. Hermione swallowed. Harry, he looked up. You have to come with me. There was no hesitation in him. Yes. Ron pushed himself upright so hard Madame Pomfrey made a sound of protest. What about me? Hermione crossed to him at once and gripped his shoulder. You stay here. Ron stared at her like betrayal had arrived, dressed in bushy hair and common sense. I beg your pardon. Your leg is broken, Harry said. So you are not sprinting around the grounds in the dark while we violate the structure of time. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, then scowled. That is a horrible sentence. It's also true, Hermione said. Ron glared at both of them. Then, because he was Ron, and because underneath the fear and sarcasm there had always been something braver than comfort in him, he gritted his teeth and nodded once. Fine, he muttered. But if either of you dies doing something clever, I'll be furious. Harry reached out and squeezed his shoulder once, a brief, solid pressure. Then Hermione stepped beside Harry and slipped the chain over both their necks. Stay close, she whispered. Harry nodded. Hermione turned the hourglass once, twice, 3 times. The hospital wing vanished. Time travel did not feel magical in the way Harry expected. It did not feel elegant or mystical or even particularly human. It felt like being caught inside a machine that had mistaken the body for a detail. The room spun without moving. Sound stretched. Light tore into threads. Harry had one violent instant of nausea, and then the world slammed back into place around them. They stood in a deserted corridor, not the hospital wing. Not quite. Nearby, through the walls and distance, Harry could hear the castle in another configuration, louder, busier, earlier. The night had rewound. Somewhere, 3 hours younger, another version of himself was still walking toward Hagrid's hut, believing the worst part of the evening had not yet begun. Hermione grabbed his sleeve hard. Listen to me, she said, and for once even her usual urgency carried a different kind of weight. We cannot be seen, not by anyone, not by ourselves. If we are, it could go badly, Harry finished. Hermione's face tightened. Catastrophically? Understood. That was one of the few advantages of being raised by Wednesday Addams. When someone informed Harry that reality could unravel if handled clumsily, he accepted it as a serious logistical concern rather than an abstract warning. Hermione exhaled once, steadying herself. We go to the edge of the grounds first, she said. We wait until our earlier selves go into Hagrid's hut, then we get Buckbeak. Harry nodded. No further debate, no wasted panic. Hermione saw that, and, for a fraction of a second, some strange mixture of gratitude and strain flickered in her face. Then they were moving. They slipped through the quieter corridors, down staircases and service passages, through a side exit Hermione clearly knew from months of impossible scheduling. The grounds were colder now in this earlier version of the night, the sky still holding more gray than black. The air balanced in that uneasy pause before full darkness commits itself. They crouched in the shadow of the pumpkin patch above Hagrid's hut. From there, they had a clear view of the front door. A few minutes later, Harry saw them. Himself, Ron, and Hermione, 3 hours younger, crossing the lawn toward Hagrid's with all the ignorance in the world still intact. The sight hit harder than he expected. He had seen himself in mirrors, in photographs, in memory. That was not the same as this. This Harry moved with the same contained alertness Wednesday had drilled into him. The same habit of scanning windows and corners. The same economy of motion that had stopped being childish months ago. Even at a distance, even before the night had gone fully wrong, he looked colder than the boys around him. Not cruel, not hard for the sake of it, just unreadable. Wednesday, Harry thought, or rather, what part of Wednesday had survived being translated into him? Beside him, Hermione followed his gaze. "We're in time!" Harry didn't answer. He was still watching his earlier self, who paused once before entering Hagrid's hut and glanced back across the grounds with that exact, precise stillness Harry knew too well from inside. "What?" Hermione whispered. Harry shook his head. "Nothing." But it wasn't nothing. It unnerved him, seeing it from outside. The way past Harry's face gave away almost nothing. The way the body held tension under control so naturally it looked like calm. The way, for a brief and entirely unreasonable moment, Harry understood how other people must sometimes have felt standing under Wednesday's gaze, seen clearly, admitted nothing in return. No wonder students at school hesitated around him now. He turned away. Hermione was already focused on Buckbeak. The hippogriff stood tethered some distance from the hut, proud and uneasy, silver-gray in the dimming light. Even from here Harry could see the intelligence in his restless head movements. A condemned creature, waiting with more dignity than most men facing far less. Hermione touched Harry's arm. "We move when Dumbledore and the others come down the path. There'll be enough distraction then." Harry looked toward the hut. Inside, faintly, he could hear voices, their own voices thinner through wall and distance. Hagrid's heavier rumble, the fragile lead-in to disaster. He nodded once. They waited. Waiting, Harry had learned, was one of the hardest disciplines. Not because it required passivity, because it required maintaining readiness without giving in to the temptation of premature action. Wednesday had taught him that in duels, in traps, in arguments, in grief. Hermione, astonishingly enough, had taught herself the same thing by another route entirely. When the figures finally appeared on the slope above, Dumbledore, Fudge, McNair, the execution party, Hermione inhaled sharply. Now, they moved, no wasted motion, no panic. Hermione slipped ahead first, low and fast through the edge of the pumpkin patch, circling wide so Buckbeak would see her approach without startlement. Harry peeled off toward the fence line, ready to intercept if the hippogriff bolted or if anyone looked the wrong way too soon. It was a good plan. Which meant, naturally, Buckbeak decided to improve it by being a hippogriff. He saw Hermione, tossed his head and clicked his beak in warning. Hermione froze and bowed at once, muttering under her breath. Harry could not hear the words, but the tone was unmistakable, polite frustration. A second later, Buckbeak lowered his head just enough. Hermione moved to the rope. Above them, the execution party had reached Hagrid's door. Voices rose. Fudge blustered. Hagrid protested. The older version of events was aligning exactly as Harry remembered. Then Buckbeak shuffled backward and the fence post creaked. Harry moved without thinking. He caught the rope before it snapped taut and made a sharp, low sound. Wednesday had once taught him for handling aggressive creatures who respected confidence more than affection. Buckbeak stilled. Hermione looked at him in startled relief. "Where did you learn that?" "Home." That answered far too much and not nearly enough. Together, quickly now, they worked the rope free and guided Buckbeak away from the fence and toward the trees skirting the far side of Hagrid's garden. Every step had to be timed around voices from the hut, around lines of sight from the path, around the dreadful possibility of meeting themselves coming the other way too soon. At one point, Buckbeak gave a low, suspicious croon, and Harry put a hand lightly against the great curve of his neck, grounding rather than restraining. "Easy," he murmured. The hippogriff's eye rolled toward him. For one strange second, Harry thought of the creatures Wednesday preferred: spiders, carnivorous plants, ravens, the occasional thing without a widely accepted classification. She had never sentimentalized beasts. She respected them by assuming they were exactly as dangerous, proud, and particular as they appeared. Buckbeak, Harry realized, would have liked her. By the time McNair's furious axe stroke sounded from the empty fence post, Harry and Hermione had already gotten Buckbeak safely into the tree line. From the distance came the shouts, confusion, Hagrid's disbelief, Fudge's outrage, McNair's violent disappointment. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth to stop a laugh of sheer nerves. Harry's mouth twitched. One innocent life spared. Dumbledore had been right. But the harder part was still ahead. They waited again in the shadows, with Buckbeak shifting behind them until the grounds moved further along the old track of catastrophe. The younger versions of themselves left Hagrid's. The black dog attacked Ron. The three of them vanished beneath the whooping willow. Hermione gripped Harry's sleeve. "That's where it changes," she whispered. "No," Harry said, eyes on the slope. "That's where it already changed. We just haven't caught up." Hermione looked at him briefly, oddly. Then, despite the fear and strain, she gave one quick, incredulous breath. That sounded exactly like Wednesday. Harry did not deny it. They had little time now. Sirius would already be captured in the tower room by the time the older version of events reached the lake. The Ministry would be assembling. The castle would still be full of people who could not be allowed to see them. And somewhere, not far off in the future they had already lived, Harry himself would soon be running toward a swarm of Dementors, believing rescue had come from across the water. Hermione touched the time-turner once beneath her robes as if confirming its reality. "We need the tower first," she said. "No," she turned sharply. "No!" Harry pointed toward the lake. Mist was starting to gather. The light had shifted. "First we do the thing that keeps us alive long enough to reach the tower." Hermione followed his gaze and understood the lake, the Dementors, the impossible figure across the water. She went pale. "You think? I know." "How?" "Because no one came." Hermione stared at him. Harry spoke more quietly. "My father's dead. No mysterious rescuer turned up afterward, and Dumbledore said I thought I saw him because I was ready to recognize the answer only afterward." Hermione's mind moved visibly through it, assembling the logic at terrifying speed. Then she whispered, "It was you." Harry looked at the darkening shore. "Yes." The word landed between them like a dropped blade. Hermione swallowed. "But your Patronus isn't ready." "No," Harry breathed in slowly, Wednesday's voice in his mind. "Pain is information. Use it, Lupin's. Choose the memory, hold it, give it structure." He had failed by the lake because he had still been waiting for someone else to arrive. Waiting for a father, a myth, a rescuer built from need. But this time he knew. This time the answer was not mystery, it was responsibility. And something inside him, cold and clear and terrible in the best way, settled into place. "We go to the lake," he said. Hermione stared at him 1 second longer, then she nodded. They left Buckbeak hidden in the trees and moved fast but carefully along the edge of the grounds. Using darkness, stone, and the blind spots of the castle's architecture the way Wednesday had taught Harry to use any environment. Never as background, always as instrument. By the time they reached the far bank, the scene was already unfolding. Across the water on the opposite shore, Harry saw his earlier self running, saw Sirius on the ground, saw the Dementors descending in that awful black flood. The sight, from a distance, was somehow worse. Because now Harry could see the shape of his own failure as it had been before he understood it. The solitary figure rushing into a fight too large, wound up against a sky full of hunger. Brave, yes, desperate, yes, but incomplete. Hermione caught her breath beside him. There are so many. Harry barely heard her. He was watching himself, watching the boy on the far bank lift his wand and cast silver mist into darkness, watching the effort falter, watching the body bend under memory and cold and the weight of not yet being equal to what the moment demanded. It hurt. Not because he pitied himself, because he recognized exactly how hard the boy was trying with only half the answer in hand. Hermione looked from the far shore to Harry standing beside her and said in a dazed, strained whisper, "You really do look like her." Harry turned briefly. "Who?" "Wednesday." "From the outside," Hermione swallowed. "The way you stand before doing something impossible." He almost laughed. There was no room for it. Across the lake, his earlier self was dropping to one knee. The Dementors bent lower. Time closed. Now. Harry stepped out from the shelter of the trees and onto the open bank. The moonlight hit him cleanly. The lake wind cut cold across his face. Mist swirled around his boots. Across the water, far enough to feel unreal, he saw himself raising the wand again in failing defiance. This was the moment. The exact one he had glimpsed through blurred vision and terror, mistaking outline for inheritance. He was not waiting for his father now. He was stepping into the place where his father had never come. The realization cracked something open in him, not grief, not exactly. Something larger and more difficult. The weight of becoming an answer in a world that had taught him to expect absence. Harry lifted his wand. He did not think of the scream this time, did not think of failure, did not think of the boggart or the hospital wing, or the 1,000 ways the world had already tried to reduce him to a symbol and a target and a child running behind dead men. He thought of locked gates in the rain, of Wednesday standing beside him saying, "You're intact," of Morticia's hand on his shoulder, of Ron staying, again and again, even when afraid, of Hermione choosing action over panic with her whole brilliant mind, of Buckbeak alive in the trees behind them, of Sirius on the ground because he had chosen to protect them, of being taught every day for 3 years not to wait for rescue if he could become it, belonging, discipline, earned love, sharp and unsentimental and real enough to act on. He held all of it together until it hurt, then he cast. Expecto Patronum. This time the spell did not come as mist. It came as certainty. Silver light erupted from the wand in a great blinding torrent, so bright Hermione cried out and shielded her face. It poured across the lake with force enough to split the darkness itself. From within it, gathering at once as if it had only ever been waiting for Harry to understand what shape it already was, a stag leapt forth, magnificent, massive, all antlered light and impossible grace. It landed on the shore beside him in a flare of silver fire, then charged across the water with the sound of thunder muffled by snow. The Dementors recoiled in a black wave. The stag drove through them without slowing, head lowered, brilliance tearing them from the air and casting them back into the night like torn scraps of shadow. Harry could not breathe for a second, not because the spell took all his strength, because it was beautiful, because it was his, because across the lake, through the collapsing cold and the fleeing dark, he saw his earlier self look up and finally understand nothing except awe. The stag swept around Sirius and past the kneeling boy Harry had been 3 hours ago, driving every last Dementor away from the shore. Then it reared once in a shower of white sparks, proud and impossible against the moon. A stag. His father's form, yes, but not borrowed, chosen, or perhaps claimed. Harry felt tears hit his face before he understood they were there. Not the sharp, private tears of pain or exhaustion he had hidden before. Not the involuntary water of fear or cold. These came hard and hot and unstoppable. Hermione stepped toward him. "Harry!" He laughed once through it, broken and breathless and almost disbelieving, because there was no room left for dignity. "It was me," he said, voice cracking. "It was me!" Hermione's expression changed all at once, all thought dropping out before the sheer human force of the moment. "Yes," she whispered. Harry was crying openly now, the kind of crying that made no attempt at concealment because concealment itself had become irrelevant. Not from sadness, not really. Though grief was in it, and relief and shock, and the terrible aching shape of fathers both dead and absent. But deeper than all of that was something else, recognition, the weight of who he was becoming landing in full. He had spent so much of his life under other people's stories, the boy who lived, the orphan, the target, the son of James Potter, the child marked by Voldemort. Even Wednesday, for all her severity, had shaped him against dangers and expectations that began before he could speak. Now, for one blazing moment beside the lake, Harry stepped beyond reaction and into authorship. He had saved himself. He had saved Sirius. He had become the answer the past needed. And the magnitude of that broke over him harder than grief ever had. Hermione did the only thing possible. She stood beside him and let him, no fuss. No consolation so cheap it would insult the size of the feeling. Just presence. Eventually the stag dissolved into drifting sparks over the lake. Across the water, his earlier self fell. The moment was closing. Hermione touched his arm very gently. "Harry, we still have to get serious." The words found him through the tears. He breathed once, twice, wiped his face with the heel of his hand in a gesture so unpracticed it almost made Hermione smile despite everything. Then he nodded. "Yes," he said. His voice sounded different to his own ears. Not older exactly, truer. Behind them, in the shelter of the trees, Buckbeak shifted and stamped once, alive and waiting. Ahead of them, the castle still held a wrongly condemned man in a tower room while the ministry sharpened its official certainties. Harry took one last look across the lake at the shore where he had nearly been lost, and then turned away. He was done waiting for ghosts. Now there was one more life to steal back from the night. Chapter 8. What Wednesday said the night was not over. Harry knew that the moment he turned from the lake, the Patronus had changed something in him, yes. It had rearranged the shape of his certainty and split open some hard chamber where doubt had been living too comfortably. But it had not changed the practical fact that Sirius Black was still alive, still imprisoned in a tower room, and still minutes away from being handed to the Dementors if Harry and Hermione misjudged even one step. The tears on Harry's face had barely dried before necessity reclaimed him. That, too, felt familiar. Wednesday used to say that revelation was a luxury best enjoyed only after the exits were secured. Hermione had already moved back toward the trees, where Buckbeak waited in uneasy silence. The hippogriff shifted beneath the moonlight, silver-gray feathers and dark eyes catching stray glints of mist. He was alive because of them. Sirius would live only if they remained worthy of that momentum. Harry took one final look across the lake. On the far bank, his earlier self had collapsed. Sirius lay motionless beside him. The Dementors were gone, scattered by silver force into the dark beyond the trees. The whole scene looked unreal from this distance, like some memory already flattening itself into story, but Harry knew better now, stories simplified. The truth was usually messier and much colder. "Hermione," he said, voice steadier now. She glanced back, and whatever she saw in his face made her pause. Not because he looked calmer. He probably didn't. He had just been sobbing in moonlight after discovering he could become his own impossible rescue. Calm would have been ridiculous, but something in him had gone stiller, more decided. Hermione nodded once. "We have to time this properly," she said. "Fudge and the others will still be at the tower for a while yet. If they catch us there, they won't. That is not a plan. It's the beginning of one." Hermione gave him the kind of look normally reserved for poorly footnoted essays and people who used the word obvious when they meant "I haven't explained myself." But she was too exhausted, too frightened, and too far past surprise to spend time arguing about phrasing. Together they untethered Buckbeak from the stand of trees. The hippogriff tossed his head but did not resist. Harry suspected the creature understood more of the night's shape than any of them. Some beings met danger and bureaucracy with identical contempt. He respected that. The path back toward the castle had become a corridor of shadow and moonlight. The grounds were nearly silent now, the great dangerous silence that only came after violence had peaked and before consequence fully arrived. The lake breathed mist. The towers rose black and ancient. Somewhere inside those walls, the ministry believed itself within moments of final victory. Harry almost felt sorry for them, almost. They moved carefully along the edge of the grounds, using hedges, statues, and low garden walls as cover. Hermione led Buckbeak by the rope when delicacy was required. Harry took over when firmness mattered more. Neither of them spoke much. They did not need to. The rhythm of the night had become too precise for unnecessary language. By the time they reached the shadow beneath the western tower, the castle seemed half asleep and half listening. Harry tilted his head back. High above, one narrow window spilled pale light. Hermione followed his gaze. That must be it. Yes. Buckbeak clicked his beak softly, as if unimpressed by architecture. Hermione peered around the base of the tower. "We wait until they leave." Harry nodded, so they waited. Again, That discipline no longer chafed against him the way it once had. There had been a time, not long ago, though it felt like another life, when waiting meant helplessness in Harry's mind. Waiting while Vernon shouted. Waiting while Petunia pretended not to see him. Waiting while other people made decisions about his life from heights he could not reach. Wednesday had corrected that early. Waiting is not surrender, she had said while making him hold a dueling stance until every muscle in his body shook. Waiting is loaded stillness. Learn the difference. He had. Now he stood beneath the tower with Buckbeak's breath fogging the air beside him and Hermione tense as a drawn wire on his left, and he waited the way a blade waited in a sheath. Above them, voices drifted faintly through the stone, then footsteps, a door opening. Several sets, one heavier than the others. Harry pressed closer to the wall and drew Hermione and Buckbeak back into deeper shadow. Voices floated down from somewhere above. Cornelius Fudge, flustered and triumphant in that unpleasant mix only mediocre men achieved properly. Snape, colder and sharper, carrying his grievances like polished weapons. The scrape of movement along corridor stone. The retreat of official certainty moving away from the prisoner it believed already finished. They waited another minute, then another. Only when the tower seemed still again did Hermione whisper, "Now." The problem, unfortunately, was altitude. The window was narrow and high, the tower stones old and slick in places from the night air. Buckbeak, however, was not merely a creature, he was a solution. Harry laid one hand against the hippogriff's neck. Buckbeak's dark eye rolled toward him, proud and impatient. "We need you to fly," Harry murmured. Buckbeak snapped his beak once as if offended by the obviousness of the request. Hermione looked from Harry to the height of the window and inhaled. "Right, fine, good, we're doing this then." Harry climbed on first, more from instinct than argument. Hermione followed, gripping behind him with a firmness that suggested she trusted neither aerial maneuvers nor Harry Potter's tendency toward improvised courage. Buckbeak crouched, then launched. Flight at night was different. Harry had flown countless times on brooms, in Quidditch, through open air and competitive speed, and the clean, harsh joy of altitude. This was not that. Buckbeak moved with a creature's intelligence rather than a tool's obedience. The ascent came in one enormous sweep of muscle and feather, wingbeats pounding the air with enough force to make Harry's bones feel the effort. The tower wall rushed past them in gray stone and narrow shadows. Hermione made a strangled noise somewhere near his shoulder that was neither scream nor word, and somehow entirely Hermione. Buckbeak reached the window ledge in a wide, curved pass and hovered just long enough for Harry to grasp the stone. He hauled himself onto the sill, then reached back for Hermione. She climbed after him with a desperate economy that would have impressed Wednesday enormously if it had not also nearly gotten both of them killed. Inside the room, Sirius Black turned from the wall in shock. For one heartbeat nobody moved. Then Sirius stared at Buckbeak half outside the window, Harry and Hermione in the sill, and actually laughed. It was not the laugh of a free man. It still had too much disbelief and damage in it, but it was alive. "I'm beginning," he said hoarsely, "to think the two of you are very bad for institutionally approved procedures." Harry swung into the room. "Move." Sirius blinked once, then pushed away from the wall. He looked dreadful. Gray with exhaustion, gaunter than ever, wrists bruised where he'd been bound earlier, eyes fever bright under a face all angles and old hunger. He should not have been standing. He did it anyway. Hermione climbed in after Harry. "There's no time. Fudge and Snape just left. They may come back." "That's the spirit," Sirius said. "Optimism with deadlines." Harry crossed the room in 2 strides. "Can you stand properly?" Sirius looked offended. "I escaped Azkaban." That wasn't an answer. For the briefest second, Sirius just stared at him. Then something like grim amusement flickered across his face. "Wednesday really did raise you?" "Yes," Harry said. "Can you stand?" Sirius straightened fully, swayed once, then steadied. "Probably you'll have to settle for that." It was enough. Hermione moved to the window first. "You fly out." "Straight away. Don't circle the grounds. Don't go near Hogsmeade." Sirius looked from her to Buckbeak and then to Harry, and some deeper understanding seemed to land all at once. "You saved him," he said. "Buckbeak?" "Yes, no," Sirius's eyes sharpened. "By the lake." Harry went still. Of course Sirius would know. He had been there. Half-conscious, perhaps, but present, Hermione shot Harry a quick look. Harry did not answer the question directly. "You need to go." Sirius watched him for another second, then nodded once. Something unspoken passed through his expression: recognition, gratitude, and the strange ache of seeing James in Harry and then realizing, no, not James, not only James, something else too. Something colder and more controlled and perhaps more dangerous in the long term. He stepped to the window. Then stopped, turned back, and for the first time since the shrieking shack, the urgency in him gave way to something quieter. "If I can," Sirius said, voice roughening, "I'll send for you." Harry did not know what to do with that. Because a week ago, the idea of Sirius Black sending for him would have meant terror and pursuit and public panic. Now it meant something entirely different, not safety. Never that, but possibility. A door opening in the past where there had only ever been sealed stone. Hermione, perhaps sensing that Harry was moments away from being trapped by his own uncertainty, said briskly, "Then live long enough to do it." Sirius barked one short, surprised laugh. "Fair enough." He climbed onto the sill, mounted Buckbeak with practiced urgency, and gathered the hippogriff's feathers in one hand. The moonlight silvered his hair, his hollow face, the hard line of him against the night. For one strange second, Harry thought he looked exactly what he was. Not redeemed, not healed, not safe, but free in motion if nowhere else. Then Sirius looked down at Harry and said quietly, "You were right, you know." Harry frowned. "About what?" "That she might like me." Harry stared. Sirius's mouth twitched at one corner. "Tell her I'm deeply alarmed by the possibility." Then Buckbeak leapt. The wings hit the air. The tower swallowed them. In the next heartbeat, man and hippogriff were clearing the wall and gliding out into the night, dark shapes cutting across moonlight toward the forest, and whatever narrow future remained unwritten. Harry stood at the window until they vanished. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. "Harry!" He blinked once and stepped back. Right. The past still needed obeying. They climbed back onto the sill and let Buckbeak's absence become theirs. The descent was worse without a flying creature to solve it elegantly, but the tower exterior had enough ledges, roots, and disgracefully old masonry to permit a careful scramble downward. Hermione nearly slipped twice. Harry caught her once by the wrist and once by the back of her robes. By the time they hit the ground, both of them were breathing too hard and covered in a respectable amount of dirt for people who had just altered official history. Now came the most dangerous part, not the rescue, the return. Because time, once spent, demanded neatness. They had to make it back to the hospital wing without being seen by anyone, including the people they had already been. They cut along the wall, slipped through the side passage Hermione had used earlier, and climbed the inner staircases in a silence so complete it felt sacred. Somewhere below, doors opened and shut. Somewhere far away, a bell rang half the hour. The castle moved around them, unaware that innocence and guilt had just swapped places again in its bloodstream. By the time they reached the hospital wing corridor, Harry's pulse was back in his throat. Not from fear of being caught by teachers, from the strange, hard awareness that somewhere just ahead of them lay themselves, minutes older in one direction, 3 hours younger in another. Hermione put a hand flat against the hospital wing door and listened. Inside came voices. Fudge, blustering. Snape, outraged. Dumbledore, calm enough to be lethal. Harry recognized it instantly. The moment after the Ministry had discovered Sirius missing, the uproar, the disbelief, the wrong people demanding the wrong answers at the wrong volume, Hermione's eyes widened. "We can't go in yet." Harry nodded once. They flattened themselves into a niche just beyond the doorway and waited again while the storm inside the room raged itself toward movement. Fudge's voice rose. Snape insisted with great passion that Potter had somehow done something impossible and should be blamed more aggressively for it. Dumbledore suggested blandly that wild accusations made poor substitutes for evidence. Harry almost smiled at that. Then footsteps. Fast ones. The door burst open. Fudge swept out in outrage, Snape at his shoulder like an embodied grievance, Dumbledore following with maddening composure. None of them looked sideways into the shadow where Harry and Hermione pressed themselves motionless against the wall. The moment the corridor cleared, Hermione grabbed the time-turner. "One turn back," Harry whispered. "No," Hermione swallowed. "We don't need to. We just go in now and stay where we were found. The line should close." That sounded dangerously theoretical. Harry trusted her anyway. Together they slipped into the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was at the far cabinet, muttering over potion bottles. Ron was in bed, looking half dead and fully furious. And in the near bed, Harry saw himself, asleep, pale, still. For one impossible heartbeat, he was looking at his own unconscious face and feeling the full, alien horror of it. There was something profoundly wrong about seeing your body from the outside while still inhabiting it elsewhere. It made human identity feel unconvincing. Hermione tugged him sharply toward the privacy screens. They slipped behind them just as Madame Pomfrey turned. Then Hermione spun the time-turner once, carefully, minimally, and the world lurched again just enough for them to settle into their correct places. The hospital wing righted itself. Harry nearly collapsed onto the bed. Hermione staggered into the chair she had occupied earlier. And time, with immense reluctance, accepted the arrangement. The next minute passed in total silence. Then Ron very quietly said, "You both look awful." Harry turned his head. Ron was watching them from his pillows with one eyebrow raised despite the pain and fatigue. He must have been awake long enough to realize explanation would come after survival, not before. Hermione stared at him. "You were awake!" Ron shifted slightly and winced. "Not all of it. Enough." His gaze moved between them. "Did it work?" Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. Then Harry said, "Yes." Ron sagged back into the pillows with a breath that sounded suspiciously close to relief. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Wonderful. Glad one of us had a reasonable evening." It was such a Ron thing to say that Harry, against every expectation, laughed, quietly at first, then harder. Hermione joined in half a second later, not because anything was funny, but because the tension had to break somewhere and laughter was less dangerous than tears right now. Ron stared at them both like they had finally snapped. Perhaps they had. Morning came badly. That was the only honest way to describe it. The castle woke into confusion, rumor, political panic, and several competing versions of the truth, none of them correct enough to matter. Sirius Black had escaped again. Buckbeak had vanished. The minister was furious. Snape was in a mood that suggested arson as pedagogy might soon enter the curriculum. Lupin had returned to human form, but not to his post, not really. Harry and Hermione slept for perhaps 2 hours between them, which meant Hermione looked murderously alert, and Harry looked like something the night had sharpened and failed to put down. By noon, the consequences had begun to settle. Lupin resigned. The official reasons spread quickly. Negligence, danger, the inevitable horror once the school discovered that one of its professors had been a werewolf all year. Parents would complain. Governors would posture. The school would grieve selectively and pretend shock where convenience required it. Harry found Lupin in his office packing books into an old case. The room felt smaller than it had before. Barer already. The kettle was gone. The warm clutter of an inhabited space had begun withdrawing into objecthood. Lupin looked up as Harry entered. For once, he did not try to pretend anything. Not that he was fine. Not that resignation was choice. Not that the world had not just taken one more good man and filed him under unacceptable risk, because fear often found morality easiest when aimed downward. "You've heard," Lupin said. "Yes." Harry stepped further inside. There were many things he might have said. Many accusations still available. Pettigrew had escaped. Sirius was still hunted. The truth remained half lost to the world because one crack in the chain had been enough for cowardice to flee through. But none of those things were in this room the first thing. "You should have told me sooner," Harry said. Lupin's face tightened. "Yes." Harry nodded once, Not forgiveness exactly, not full absolution, but acknowledgement, the sort Wednesday allowed when people admitted failure cleanly. Lupin seemed to understand that too. After a moment he said, "You cast a patronus." It was not a question. Harry looked out the window. The grounds below were washed in weak daylight. Students moved in little knots, still chasing rumor like hounds after scraps. "Yes," a corporeal one. "Yes." "What form?" Harry looked back at him. Lupin already knew, Harry realized. Not by sight, perhaps, but by the expression on his face. The grief and wonder mixed so tightly they had become almost indistinguishable. "A stag," Harry said. Lupin closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they were bright with something he did not let fall. "Of course," he said softly. Harry did not know why that answer hurt as much as it did. Perhaps because it made the inheritance real in a different way. Not as burden or expectation, but as continuity. As if some shape in James Potter had survived long enough to be recognized without requiring imitation. Lupin came around the desk then and held out his hand. Harry looked at it, then took it. Not a child's farewell, not quite, something more level than that, more exact. "You're not him," Lupin said quietly. Harry met his gaze. "No," he said, Lupin's mouth softened by a fraction. "No, you aren't. That may save you." Harry thought, not for the first time, that Lupin saw too much. Then the professor added, "And Harry, whatever else the world decides happened last night. Remember what you actually did." That stayed with him, more than the resignation, more than the packing case. Remember what you actually did. Harry left the office with those words in one pocket and Wednesday's older training in the other, and found that between them they held. The remainder of term passed in the peculiar float that follows catastrophe when no one is quite brave enough to name it that. Exams happened because institutions preferred schedules to truth whenever possible. Students studied, complained, whispered, and wrote home. Snape remained vile with renewed conviction. Dumbledore looked amused too often for anyone to trust it. Fudge left furious and unconvinced. Sirius remained a fugitive to the world and something far more complicated to Harry. Then the train came, and with it summer. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment again on the ride south, but the atmosphere had changed. Not worse, not better. Just altered by knowledge too large for easy conversation. Ron had written and rewritten a letter 3 times before lunch, each version apparently unsatisfactory in a new and inventive way. Finally, Harry said, "It's only your mother." Ron looked up in wounded offense. "Exactly." Hermione glanced over. "What are you trying to say?" Ron huffed and held up the page. "That Harry's guardian is terrifying. That Sirius Black isn't a murderer except also sort of still emotionally a disaster. That a hippogriff escaped. That a professor was a werewolf. And that somehow all of this feels less impossible than trying to explain Wednesday Addams to Mum." Hermione considered. "Write the truth, then." "That's what I'm afraid of." Harry looked out the window at the countryside sliding past and let the sound of their voices settle around him. Ordinary, almost, as ordinary as any life of theirs ever got. He had written to Wednesday from Hogwarts after the hospital wing, of course. A short account, clean facts. Sirius escaped. Pettigrew fled. Lupin resigned. Patronus succeeded. Her reply had arrived the next morning in a single page of black parchment. "Return directly, bring your wand. We should discuss your taste in impossible men and servine symbolism." Harry had read it 3 times, and on the third had laughed alone by the window, because no one else in the world could make "I'm glad you survived" sound quite so much like critique. Now, as the train bore him south toward London and then onward toward the only house he had ever trusted to be dangerous on purpose, Harry found himself quieter than usual. Hermione noticed first. "You're thinking," she said. Ron looked up from his letter. "That narrows nothing." Harry considered denying it, decided not to bother, and said, "I don't know what to say to her." Ron and Hermione both stared. Hermione recovered first. "Wednesday." "Yes." Ron blinked twice. "You don't know what to say to Wednesday?" "Yes." "That is," Ron declared, "the most alarming consequence of this year." Hermione ignored him. "Say what happened. I know." Then what's the problem? Harry looked at his hands. The problem, though he did not say it aloud at first, was that too much had happened to reduce to fact alone. Sirius was innocent. Pettigrew lived. Lupin had known his father. The Patronus had been his, not James's. The world had tilted. And through all of it, Wednesday had remained somehow exactly herself, writing from a distance with unnerving precision, seeing patterns before he named them, giving him not comfort but the right shape of thought until he could stand inside it. How did one report that back to the person who had made such standing possible? Finally, Harry said, "I think I'm starting to understand what she was trying to do." Hermione's expression gentled. Ron said, "Make you terrifying." Harry actually smiled. That too. The train rolled on. London came. Then the carriage. Then the road. And at last, under a sky gone heavy with summer evening, the Addams estate rose beyond its gates like a judgment made architectural. Home. Wednesday met him in the entrance hall. No dramatic arrival. No ceremonial greeting. No false warmth, because reunion ought to look a certain way. She stood at the foot of the great staircase in black, as usual, one hand resting lightly on the banister, as if she had simply been there all along and summer had reorganized itself around her. Things sat on the rail beside her like a vigilant gargoyle. Harry stepped inside. The doors shut behind him with the sound of the world excluding itself. For a moment neither of them spoke. Wednesday looked him over once. Older people might have called it checking for injury. That was too simple. Wednesday assessed the visible and the structural at the same time. Posture, breathing, expression, what the year had altered in him and what it had left sharpened rather than broken. At last she said, "You're taller." Harry blinked. "That's your first observation?" It offends symmetry. Despite himself, despite the whole long weight of the year, despite the letter in his chest and the memories still raw beneath the skin, Harry laughed. It was brief. Real. Wednesday's expression did not change, but the room seemed slightly less severe. Morticia descended next and kissed Harry's forehead as though he had only been gone a week instead of a year. Lurch took his trunk. Somewhere deeper in the house, Uncle Fester shouted something ecstatic and probably electrical. Yet it was Wednesday. Harry followed later, after dinner, into the western drawing room where the fire burned low and the windows looked out over the darkening grounds. She took the high-backed chair by the hearth. Harry remained standing for a second, then sat opposite her. The room held that familiar Addams quiet, not empty, never empty, but deliberate. The sort of silence built for truth, not comfort. Wednesday folded her hands in her lap. "Tell me," so he did, everything, Sirius in the shack. Pettigrew revealed. Lupin, the moon, the tunnel, the lake, the Patronus. The time-turner, Buckbeak. The tower, Sirius's escape, Lupin's resignation, Dumbledore's interference, Fudge's idiocy. His own certainty that had changed shape somewhere between the darkness at the lake and the silver stag on the shore. Wednesday interrupted only twice, once to ask. Did Black hesitate before attacking Pettigrew? Harry answered, "No, he hesitated before listening to me." Wednesday inclined her head. "Interesting. The second time to ask. And when you cast successfully, what exactly did you anchor to?" Harry hesitated then, because the answer mattered. Because answers about power always mattered to Wednesday, perhaps more than answers about emotion. Finally he said, "Not one memory." She waited. Harry looked into the fire. Belonging. The room went very still. Wednesday did not move, did not soften, did not offer any obvious sign of approval or surprise. But Harry felt the air change all the same. He continued, voice lower now. Not the sort of happiness Lupin meant at first. Not just one good moment. All of it together. The house. Training. Ron staying when he's afraid. Hermione seeing everything. You locking the gates. You saying... He stopped. Wednesday's gaze sharpened. "Saying what?" Harry met her eyes. "That if Black came for me, he'd regret surviving long enough to try." Silence. Then, at last, Wednesday said, "Reasonable." Harry let out one breath. When he had finished the entire account, the room settled into quiet again. The fire cracked softly in the grate. Outside, the last of the summer dusk had begun to blur the gardens into shadow. Wednesday regarded him for a long moment. Then she said, "Your father's form chose you?" not the other way around. Harry blinked. Of all the conclusions he had expected, that had not been one of them. He frowned slightly. "What does that mean?" "It means symbolism is rarely democratic." Wednesday's voice remained level, precise. "You are James Potter's son. Some inheritances arrive through blood, some through training, some through the moment a soul recognizes what shape it can most honestly take when forced to defend itself. A stag is not meek. It is not ornamental. It endures winter, carries antlers like crowns and weapons simultaneously, and survives by deciding where force matters." She studied him. "That seems consistent." Harry looked down at his hands. A long silence opened. Then he said, almost without meaning to, "I think I'm starting to understand who I am." Wednesday did not hesitate. "Good," she said. "It only took 13 years. Harry laughed again, softer this time. Only Wednesday could answer a confession of identity with insult precise enough to count as blessing. He leaned back in the chair and let the warmth of the room settle around him. Not comfort exactly. Something more severe than that, more durable. After a while he said, "Sirius told me to tell you he's alarmed by the possibility that you might like him." One of Wednesday's eyebrows moved the smallest fraction. A rational response. "That's all. For now." Harry smiled despite himself. Then the silence returned once more, this time not heavy, not uncertain. The kind that comes only when two people no longer need to fill space in order to prove it is safe. The firelight moved across Wednesday's face. And then it happened, small enough that anyone else in the room might have missed it. The tiniest shift at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile. Certainly not an accident. Harry saw it. Wednesday saw him seeing it. Neither of them mentioned it. Some things in that house were too exact to survive being named aloud. 3 days later, in the bright and somewhat less dignified chaos of the burrow, Molly Weasley opened a letter from her youngest son and read the final lines twice before snorting in spite of herself. Arthur, looking up from the Daily Prophet, asked, "Well?" Molly handed him the page. In Ron's sprawling, slightly crooked hand, after a heroic effort to explain school events no parent should ever have to parse, came the closing sentence. "Harry's guardian is still the scariest person I've ever met. But I think she actually loves them, in her own horrifying way. Arthur, read it." Then, to Molly's astonishment, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "That sounds about right." And very far away, beyond black iron gates and summer dark gardens, in a house where love was measured in preparation, precision, and the refusal to let the world take what was yours without consequence, Harry Potter sat by a high window and watched the night gather over the Addams estate. He was quieter than he had been before, not because the year had made him sadder, because it had made him truer. Sirius was free somewhere under the same sky. Pettigrew was alive and cowardly and still loose in the world. Lupin was gone from Hogwarts. Dumbledore knew more than he said. The future remained dangerous, political, unfinished. But now Harry knew one thing with a clarity no rumor, prophecy, or institution could take from him. When the darkness came, he did not have to wait for the dead. He could answer it himself. And in the house behind him, Wednesday Addams, who would never say she was proud in the ordinary language of ordinary people, passed the doorway once, paused just long enough to ensure the window was latched and the wand within reach, and continued on, which in her language meant everything.